Chapter 111. The third place that Li Mu and Li Qing went to was Zhang family village. The villagers of Zhang family village still remembered the two of them. They asked Li Mu worriedly if zombies had run out to harm people again. Li Mu comforted the villagers and went to the minister's mansion. The older landlord Zhang and landlord Zhang had been turned into ashes. The person in charge of the minister's mansion was the son of the landlord Zhang, the younger landlord Zhang. In the minister's mansion, Li Mu asked the younger landlord Zhang, "How did your grandfather die?" The younger landlord Zhang said, "Grandfather was old. He died of old age." Li Mu continued to ask, "Was he healthy before?" The younger landlord Zhang shook his head and said, "Grandfather was old. Although he was not seriously ill, he was not healthy." The older landlord Zhang was over 70 years old. If he had not stepped on the path of cultivation, very few ordinary people would have lived to this age. Even if he died, it would be a happy funeral. The landlord Zhang would not ask someone to examine how his father died. The older landlord Zhang's body had long been turned into a zombie and was turned into ashes by Han Zhe. Li Mu wanted to investigate, but he had no way to do so. He asked again, "Your father, landlord Zhang, Zhang Dafu, used to cultivate Taoism?" The younger landlord Zhang nodded and said, "When my father was young, he cultivated with the Taoist of Bailu Temple for 2 years. In the end, he couldn't stand the loneliness of cultivation and couldn't let go of the family business. So he went down the mountain and went home. The Taoist said that it was a pity for my father's talent. He said that he was a gold something. A body of gold element." Yes, a body of gold element. Li Mu sighed and asked again, "Which feng shui master did you hire for the older landlord Zhang's tomb?" The root of landlord Zhang's case was that the feng shui master, the landlord Zhang's corpse, had not only been buried in the corpse-raising ground, but had also been refined. That was why he had turned into a jumping zombie in such a short time. Combined with the zombie disaster in Zhou County, it was not hard to imagine that the Dongxian heretical cultivation behind it must be good at refining corpses. The younger landlord Zhang shook his head and said, "No, it was the feng shui master who came and said that he would do it for us for free." When father heard that it was free, he agreed. "What does that feng shui master look like?" "White-haired and white-bearded, immortal-like." Li Mu didn't ask any more questions. Dongshuan's cultivators were already able to practice transformation techniques. They could change their bodies into men or women, big or small. It was impossible to get any useful information from them just by looking at their appearance. He said straightforwardly, "Take us to your grandfather's tomb." After leaving Zhang village, Li Mu was almost certain that the Zhang family's feng shui master and Ran Yuan's master, the Chen village's fortune-teller, and the black-robed man who had chased after Li Mu, even if they were not the same person, they were inextricably linked. Han Zhe had already seen the older landlord Zhang's tomb, so Li Mu wanted to see it again. Last time, he didn't know anything. During this period of time, in order to cooperate with the Zhang County magistrates to promote civilized funerals, he had crammed a lot of feng shui knowledge. Even if he didn't work as a bailiff, he could still be a feng shui master and make a living by telling people's tombs and houses. The older landlord Zhang's tomb was on the mountain in front of Zhang village. On the mountainside, there was a relatively flat ground. The grave pit had been filled in, and some of its original appearance could be vaguely seen. Li Mu looked at the direction of the grave and then looked at a mountain not far away. He shook his head and said, "White tiger passing through." Li Qing asked, "What white tiger passing through?" Li Mu pointed to the traces of the grave pit on the ground and said, "After the coffin went down, the head and tail of this grave pit were facing north and south. The mountain range to the west of the grave passed through the grave and extended to the southeast. This was the white tiger passing through. There is a saying in feng shui circle that when the white tiger passing through, the family will be ruined and the people will die." Li Mu continued to explain, "When building a house, you should avoid this kind of feng shui pattern. It's the same for a grave. There are 10 directions for choosing a grave. First, it's not facing the flowing water. Second, it's not facing the high mountain. Third, it's not facing the strange rocks on a deserted island. Fourth, it's not facing the white tiger passing through." Older landlord Zhang's coffin was facing south, forming the momentum of the white tiger passing through. This is the grave of great evil. Even a cultivator could not be proficient in all fields. Li Qing only had a basic understanding of the feng shui of graves. She looked at Li Mu in surprise and asked, When did you learn this? Li Mu said, I was bored a few days ago, so I read a few books on feng shui. He pointed to the bare ground under his feet and shook his head. What did landlord Zhang learn in the past 2 years? There is no grass here. It's obviously a place of evil. He deliberately made the coffin face south and north, forming the white tiger passing through. It would be strange if the corpse of the older landlord Zhang didn't become a zombie, Li Qing said. So the feng shui master is the person behind the scenes. Li Mu nodded and said, I'm afraid that the feng shui master and the fortune teller for his daughter are the same person as Ran Yuan's master. You mean the black-robed man? Li Qing recalled that matter and said, but hasn't it been killed? Li Mu sighed softly and said, I'm afraid not. Last time at the Ren mansion, Li Mu had already asked shopkeeper Ren about the black-robed man. To be on the safe side, Li Mu went there again. The clues he got were the same as last time. Ran Yuan met the black-robed man when he went out to play. The black-robed man saw that Ran Yuan had a wood elemental body at a glance and accepted Ran Yuan as his disciple to guide him in his cultivation. Li Mu guessed that the black-robed man should have taken a fancy to Ran Yuan's soul. He wanted to wait until Ran Yuan's cultivation had reached a certain level before killing Ran Yuan and extracting his soul. Now it seemed that the black-robed man wanted Ran Yuan's soul, but the process was different from what Li Mu thought. He never thought of doing it himself. Instead, he trained Ran Yuan into a heretical cultivation and used the power of the government to obtain Ran Yuan's soul. In this way, Ran Yuan's death would be a normal event. No one would suspect that there was someone behind it. The only thing that Li Mu didn't understand was that the black-robed man didn't have to appear in Ran Yuan's case. He had already achieved his goal. Why did he still appear and risk exposing his identity to hunt down Li Mu? This was not in line with his usual cautiousness. There must be a deeper reason for this. The moment this thought flashed through Li Mu's mind, his body trembled slightly and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Li Mu had a lot of secrets, but his biggest secret was that he came from another world. This secret had always been buried deep in Li Mu's heart. Even Li Qing didn't know about it. The Li Mu of this world was already dead. Now there was a new soul in his body. Except for Li Mu himself, there was only one person in this world who knew this secret. That person was the murderer of Li Mu. Li Mu finally understood why the black-robed man didn't want to kill him. He was testing him. Given his cautious nature, he would definitely want to figure out what had happened when he saw that the pure young body, whose soul he had extracted, had come back to life. If Li Mu was the person behind the scenes, he probably wouldn't be at ease. Li Mu shuddered at the thought of a pair of eyes watching him all the time behind his back. A heretical cultivation of Dongxian, a top existence in this world, was so cautious and patient. He spent nearly half a year to set up such a trap. How terrifying was that? He really couldn't figure it out and couldn't help but ask, Boss, why do you think he is so careful? Does a Dongxian expert need to be so careful? Li Qing looked into the distance and said, For us, the Dongxian realm is very powerful. But in the eyes of the experts of the upper realm, they are as weak as us. Whether it is the imperial court Buddhism or Taoism, they all have the existence of the upper realm. If you encounter them, even if you are a Dongxian heretical cultivation, you will die. She looked at Li Mu and continued. I once told you that half a year ago, a Dongxian heretical cultivation was killed by the joint forces of Buddhism and Taoism. Li Mu thought of the old abbot of the Jinshan temple. Could it be that he was injured by the heretical cultivation? He took a deep breath. Now was not the time to think about this. Logically speaking, Li Mu discovered it too late. Whether it was the souls of the yin and yang 5 elements or a large number of ordinary people's souls, the heretical cultivation had already obtained them. With his cautious personality, he should have run to a place and secretly refined them to advance. He would never come back. In other words, what should have happened had already happened. Yangqiu County would no longer be in danger. However, the person behind the scenes knew more about Li Mu's resurrection than Li Mu. If he really succeeded in advancing and became an expert of the upper realm, he would probably come back to find him. Dongxian was already in existence that Li Mu couldn't even look up to. Transcendence of the 7th realm. This was something that made him despair just thinking about it. The Zhang County magistrates gave Li Mu and Li Qing 3 days to investigate, but the two only took 6 hours. Li Mu and Li Qing were both involved in the investigation of these cases. This reinvestigation was just to confirm some details that they didn't care about before. 7 cases, 7 dead people. On the surface, these 7 cases had no connection and had all been closed. Except for Li Mu, the other 6 people either died of illness or were beheaded according to the law because they were involved in other people's lives, or died in accidents that couldn't be found. If it weren't for the supernatural records, if it weren't for Li Mu who happened to discover that they all had special physiques, these closed cases would have been sealed in the yamen. No one would know that their deaths were related to each other. No one would know that the zombie riot in Zhou County that shook the entire North County was not a natural disaster, but a man-made one. The mastermind behind the scenes could have done all of this without anyone noticing. When the matter was done, he would leave and hide deep in the name. In the county yamen, the Zhang County magistrate sat in the hall. He couldn't help but pat the table and said angrily, "What kind of person could do such a crazy thing?" He thought for a moment and said, "This case is very important. I have to write a secret letter immediately and report it to the county governor." The Zhang County magistrate stood up and looked at Li Qing. He said, "Miss Qing, you also have to inform the Fulu school and ask them to send masters down the mountain to help. If these things are really controlled by the Dongxian heretical cultivation, I'm afraid that the North County government alone won't be able to quell it." Li Qing nodded and said, "I'll go and tell Uncle Ma now." The Zhang County magistrates walked out of the door and walked in again. He said angrily, "Don't forget tomorrow morning, get someone to capture that old woman from the Chen family village and bring her to the yamen. That damned stupid woman. I'm so angry. Also, get all the fortune tellers and feng shui masters nearby to report to the county yamen within 3 days. In the future, if anyone dares to talk nonsense, I'll cut off their tongues." It was already late. Uncle Ma was still standing in the yard of the yamen, waiting for the results of the household. This time, he went down the mountain with the mission of recruiting disciples. Although the ancestral court of Fulu School was also a famous sect on the Zhou continent, it was not easy to nurture a just hen disciple. This time, in Zhou County, they had lost 2, especially Elder Wu's grandson, which made their lineage suffer heavy losses. Therefore, they could only send people down the mountain and get an order from the county governor of the North County to recruit some talented disciples in the North County to make up for their losses. Unfortunately, it was not easy to find a pure Yin body, but she died prematurely. If he had come a few months earlier, he would not have wasted such a good seedling. When he thought of the girl who died prematurely, his heart began to ache. Li Qing walked into the yard and said, "Uncle Ma, there's a very important matter." "What is it?" Senior Uncle Ma touched his bald head. His spirits were lifted as he asked, "Did you find another good seedling?" Li Qing shook her head and said, "This matter is very important. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to go back to the ancestral court." A moment later, Uncle Ma's body trembled and he said in a trembling voice, "The peak of Dongxian? You must be joking." Li Qing said, "We've already investigated. In the past few months, there have indeed been deaths of people with yin and yang bodies in Yangqiu County. There's something strange behind these cases, including the zombie disaster in Zhou County. The heretical cultivation must have deliberately created it to collect the souls of ordinary people." "Oh no, oh no!" Uncle Ma's expression changed drastically. He held the pillar and said, "There's indeed something wrong with the flying stiff. Elder Wu just returned to the ancestral court and asked the chief to eliminate the flying stiff. If the heretical cultivation is the peak of Dongxian, won't they be in danger?" "No, no." He temporarily did not care about the recruitment of disciples and said, "You stay here. I have to go back to the mountain immediately. Something big has happened. Something big has happened." As soon as his voice fell, he took out a palm-sized magic weapon from his arms. Uncle Ma threw the magic weapon into the air and cast a spell. The magic weapon immediately expanded and turned into the shape of a small boat. With a leap, he landed on the flying boat. Under the night sky, the flying boat turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Li Mu stood in the courtyard and watched Uncle Ma ride the flying boat and disappear into the night sky. He felt a little relieved. The ancestral court of Fu Lu School was one of the largest sects in the Zhou continent. They cultivated the righteous path and would not tolerate such heretical cultivation causing trouble under their nose. It would be best if the talisman puppet sect could dispatch an expert of the upper realm and kill the evil cultivator with a thunderous method. Then, the evil cultivator would take Li Mu's secret and go to hell together. After Uncle Ma left, the Zhang County magistrates immediately sent out a secret letter asking for help. Li Mu left the yamen and walked home alone. For the past few months, There had been a pair of eyes spying on him from behind. Walking in the dark night, Li Mu should have been afraid, but his heart was incomparably calm. Not to mention the peak of Dongxian, even if it was an ordinary Dongxian cultivator or a creation realm cultivator, it would make no difference to him. If he really met them, he would not be able to escape. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that there was nothing to be afraid of. He just felt that the human heart was too scary. Li Mu had lived 2 lives and had never met such an existence. Clearly, his cultivation was already at the peak, but he was still overly cautious. He painstakingly set up such a trap and almost fooled everyone. Li Mu walked to the door, and the door next door opened. Lu Hanyan came out and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Li Mu looked at her and asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, "How can I sleep after such a big thing happened?" Wan Wan had already fallen asleep, and Lu Hanyan obviously did not eat. Li Mu also did not eat much all day. He went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of noodles for each of them. Lu Hanyan picked up the chopsticks and asked, "Is the Dongxian realm very powerful?" She had read a lot of cultivation books and knew that the Dongxian realm was very powerful, but she did not know how powerful it was. Li Mu nodded and said, "Very powerful." Taoist cultivation consisted of refining the soul, condensing the soul, concentrating the spirit, Shentong, creation, and Dongxian. Dongxian was the last realm of the 3 middle realms. They could carry mountains and forbid water, transform themselves, and know the escape skills of the 5 elements. They could stop the flow of rivers. They knew the rules of heaven and could see the secrets of heaven with a pinch of their fingers. They were already immortals in the eyes of the world. The word, powerful, was not enough to describe them. Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan and said, "But you don't have to worry. He has already obtained the soul of the pure Yin body. He won't come to you again." Lu Hanyan glared at him and said, "I'm worried about you. Your soul hasn't been hooked by him yet, has it?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Maybe he has already found another pure Yang body." Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were worried about the same thing. They both thought that the heretical cultivation had not yet obtained the soul of the pure Yang body. But in fact, he was the first one to obtain the soul of the pure Yang body. Landlord Zhang, Ran Yuan, and the others all died in their own ways. That person had spent a lot of effort. Only to Li Mu, he was simple and crude. If the soul from another world had not occupied Li Mu's body and been reborn, he would have died in the line of duty. When the government office checked his birth characters, they might have found that he was a pure Yang body. Then, they would have increased the intensity of the investigation. Finally, they would have caught a monster or ghost that was used as a cover and closed the case hastily. According to the modus operandi of the heretical cultivation, Li Mu felt that it was very likely that he had planned to do so from the beginning. A person who was supposed to be dead came back to life. He was probably scared out of his wits. "You scared the hell out of me," Li Mu thought mischievously. The heretical cultivation at the peak of Dongxian could kill Li Mu with just a breath. Even if they gathered the strength of the entire North County, it would probably be difficult to eliminate them. He could only hope that the reinforcements from Lu School would be more powerful, and not let that person come back to find him again. Lu Hanyan thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you run away? Leave Yangqiu County and North County. This way, the heretical cultivation won't be able to find you." Li Mu shook his head. If the heretical cultivation really targeted him, he would not be able to hide unless he ran to the ancestral court of Lu School or a place like the ancestral court of the Xian clan. Dongxian realm cultivators had a magical power called the moon-fetching technique, also known as the mystic light technique. When this technique was used, a moon-shaped shadow would appear on the wall or in the void. Through this shadow, one could see the person or thing that the caster wanted to see. It was like an omnidirectional camera with no blind spots. No matter where Li Mu ran, he would not be able to avoid it. There will be a way. It was useless to think too much. Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You go and rest first. Maybe he won't come back." Li Mu did not believe that the heretical cultivation would not come back. He was just comforting Lu Hanyan. Early the next morning, Li Mu went to the yamen as usual. In order to avoid causing panic, the Zhang County magistrates did not make the matter public. The yamen was as usual. Hanja had changed his clothes today. He combed his hair neatly and even trimmed his sideburns. He looked like a decent person. Li Qing was reading a book. Zhang Shan was playing dice in the duty room. Li Si was too tired at night and was lying on the table to catch up on sleep. Li Mu greeted Li Qing. When he walked into another duty room, he was surprised to find that old Wang had already returned. He was leaning against the chair in the duty room and taking a nap. In the duty room, old Wang was leaning against the back of the chair with his neck tilted back. Obviously, he was half asleep. The two front legs of the chair were raised and the whole chair was shaking slightly. At some point, the chair lost its balance. Old Wang fell back with the chair. Li Mu caught the back of the chair in time. His old bones did not fall apart. Old Wang woke up with a start. When he saw Li Mu, he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said, "Li Mu, long time no see." Li Mu arranged the chair and asked, "Where did you go to visit your family in the past half a month?" "In the neighboring county." Old Wang walked to the shelf in the corner and washed his face with water. He said, "An old man I knew when I was young passed away. I went to offer my condolences." Li Mu sat in the chair and said, "My condolences. What's there to grieve about?" Lao Wang grinned and said, "He's already lived to the age of 60. He's already suffered what he should, and he's also thought about what he should enjoy. What's there to grieve about?" He sat back in his seat and continued, "Sooner or later I will have such a day. You have to help me take care of my funeral. When that time comes, you have to help me keep an eye on Zhang Shan. Don't let him cut corners on the coffin. If you dare to roll a straw mat and bury me, I will haunt you even if I become a ghost." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "With your body, it will take 2 years for you to die. When I make enough money, I will buy you a coffin made of Phoebe wood." Old Wang hurriedly said, "It's a promise. You can't go back on your word." "Don't worry. What kind of relationship do we have? It was just a coffin made of Phoebe wood." If Li Mu put his mind on making money, he could become as rich as Lu Hanyan in less than 2 years. A coffin made of Phoebe wood would be a piece of cake. After ordering his coffin made of Phoebe wood, he felt at ease asking him questions. Li Mu moved the chair to face him and said, "Do you know anything about Dongxian? You haven't even learned how to crawl, and you want to fly?" Old Wang glanced at him and said, "You'd better be honest and down to earth. First refine your soul, then condense your soul. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. Once your state of mind is ruined, your path of cultivation will be ruined." Li Mu said, "I'm just curious. By the way, can I see anything I want with the Xuanguang technique of Dongxian cultivators?" Old Wang looked at him and asked, "What are you thinking? Do you want to peek at young girls bathing?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I don't. I'm just asking. Do you know anything?" "Of course, you can't see anything you want with the Xuanguang technique." Old Wang curled his lips and said, "The so-called Xuanguang technique is actually to project the appearance of a place to another place. First, it has to be close enough for the Xuanguang technique to be useful. Second, it has to be calculated. If you can't calculate the location of others, you can't see anything. Finally, the Xuanguang technique is useless for cultivators above the creation realm, because they can feel if someone is spying on them and can easily break their Xuanguang technique. Therefore, this is a useless divine ability, unless you use it to peek at the girl next door bathing." Li Mu didn't want to peek at Lu Hanyan bathing. He just wanted to know more about Dongxian. He thought for a moment and asked, "It said that people in Dongxian can calculate all the mysteries of heaven with a pinch of their fingers. Is that true?" "It's true, but it's not that incredible." Old Wang clicked his tongue and said, "The mysteries of heaven are illusory. Who dares to say that they can calculate all the mysteries of heaven?" Old Wang's mouth didn't have any other skills, but it was good at relieving stress. Hearing him say this, Li Mu suddenly felt that Dongxian didn't seem so scary. He still wanted to know more, but Zhang Shan came in from outside and said, "Li Mu, there's a monk outside looking for you." Li Mu remembered that he had asked Xuandu to treat the old abbot's injuries. He could only suppress the other doubts in his heart and walk out of Old Wang's room. Xuandu stood in the yard and bowed to Li Mu. "Benefactor Li, I'll have to trouble you again." Li Mu smiled and said, "It's no trouble at all. Let's go." The two had just walked out of the yamen when a few streams of light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The streams of light arrived in an instant and landed at the entrance of the yamen, revealing a few figures. There were 3 people in the light. One of them was Uncle Ma, whom Li Mu had seen before. At this moment, he was standing respectfully behind the other 2. One of the other two was a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe and carrying a huge sword on his back. There were a few wrinkles at the corner of his eyes, indicating that he should be older than he looked. The other person was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. She held a horsetail whisk in her hand. The two stood there without any fluctuations of mana. In Li Mu's eyes, they were no different from ordinary people. Xuandu put his palms together and bowed to the middle-aged man. "I'm Xuandu. Greetings to Taoist Hyun Jinko." The middle-aged man asked, "Are you Xuandu from the Jinshan Temple?" Xuandu nodded. "That's me." The middle-aged man looked at him and asked, "How is Master Puji?" Xuandu said, "Thank you for your concern. The abbot's health is very good." A trace of regret appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He said, "We haven't seen each other since the last time we parted. Master Puji's foundation was damaged by monk Chenhuan, and his cultivation was destroyed. I thought that the heretical cultivation's soul had dissipated and his body and Tao had disappeared. I didn't expect that his soul had escaped." "What?" Xuandu's expression changed. He asked, "Monk Chenhuan is not dead yet?" The middle-aged man sighed and said, "Not only is he not dead, but he has also collected the souls of yin and yang and the 5 elements, as well as a large amount of souls of living people. I'm afraid that he has recovered his cultivation and is even more difficult to deal with than last time." "Is the news true?" Xuandu still had a look of disbelief. He said, "There were so many masters who besieged him that time. There was a 6th realm master from Buddhism and Taoism, and there were more than 10 5th realm cultivators. How could he have escaped?" Monk Chenhuan is one of the 10 great elders of the demon sect. His cultivation methods are profound, and he is best at the soul separation technique. Last time, a wisp of his soul escaped and hid here. He single-handedly planned the zombie disaster in Zhou County, and obtained a large number of souls of living people. He has already collected the souls of yin and yang and the 5 elements. He only needs to use the formation to refine them, and he will be able to recover to his former peak." The middle-aged man looked at Xuandu and said, "This time, a disciple of the Fulu school died. The immortal headmaster personally performed a divination, and confirmed that he died at the hands of monk Chenhuan. The headmaster of the ancestral court of Fulu school was a powerful figure in the upper realm. His divination could not be wrong." "Amitabha." Xuandu chanted the name of Buddha and said with a compassionate look, "He has committed such a sin. If he is not eliminated, the heavens will not tolerate it." Li Qing and Hanja walked out of the government office. When they saw the middle-aged man, they immediately bowed. "Greetings, Chief Hyun Jinko." "Greetings, Chief." Li Mu did not expect that this ordinary-looking middle-aged man was one of the chiefs of the Fulu school. The ancestral court of Fulu school had 7 branches and 7 chiefs. Each of them was a powerful figure in Dongxian. Hyun Jinko nodded slightly to them. He looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman and said, "This is Taoist priest Dun, the Miao Dun of Xuanzong." The two bowed and said, "Greetings, Taoist priest Dun, the Miao Dun." Li Mu looked at the beautiful woman. Xuanzong and Fulu school were the same. They were one of the 6 Dao sections. Although they were not proficient in Fulu, the mysteries of their Dao and divine sense were incomparable to those of the other 5 sects. Hyun Jinko looked at Hanja and said, "Take us to see the Yangqiu County Magistrate." Although Hanja did not understand, he obediently walked to the door and said, "Chief, Taoist priest Miao Dun, please." Xuandu also followed the two into the county government. Li Mu did not have to go to the Jinshan temple for the time being. He looked at Li Qing beside him and asked, "Boss, have you heard of Master Chenhuan?" Li Qing nodded and said, "Do you remember? I told you that a few months ago, a Dongxian heretical cultivation master was killed by the masters of Buddhism and Taoism. Master Chenhuan was that Dongxian heretical cultivation master." Li Mu had a look of realization on his face as he muttered, "So it's him." When he first asked Li Qing if there were any shortcuts to cultivation, she used the Dongxian heretical cultivation master as an example to Li Mu, which almost made Li Mu give up the idea of taking shortcuts. He was the one who injured the abbot of the Jinshan temple, killed Li Mu, and told the fortune of the pure Yin baby girl. He was the one who was behind the cases of the Zhangwang clan, Zhao Yong, Ran Yuan, Landlord Zhang, and Wu Bo. He was also the one who controlled the zombies in Zhou County. He was the feng shui master of Zhang village, the fortune teller of Chen village, and the black-robed man who taught Ran Yuan cultivation. The purpose of his doing these things was to heal his injuries. Half a year ago, the encirclement against Master Chen Huan was the source of all this. Chapter 112. In order to completely eliminate the Venerable Master Thousand Illusions, the F-Lu school had sent the heads of the 5th and 7th branches, two of Dongshuan's strongest cultivators. Hyun Jinko was the head of the 5th branch, while Yu Quanzi, the head of the 7th branch, had gone to chase after the flying stiff a few days ago. The beautiful middle-aged woman beside the head of the 5th branch, Hyun Jinko, was also a cultivator of Dongxian. According to Uncle Ma, if the heads of the other branches hadn't been out traveling and couldn't make it back in time, there would have been more people involved in this attack on the heretical cultivation. Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't believe that 3 Dongxian experts couldn't eliminate a Dongxian heretical cultivation cultivator of the same realm. In the Yangqiu County government, Hyun Jinko looked at the file compiled by Li Mu and Li Qing and said, "It seems that the flying stiff that Elder Ma was chasing after was the Venerable Master Thousand Illusions." Taoist priest Dun from the Miao County said, "There's no time to lose. We should meet up with Yu Quanzi as soon as possible. Once the Venerable Master Thousand Illusions completely recovers, I'm afraid he won't be able to deal with him alone." Hyun Jinko nodded and thought of something. He looked at the Zhang County magistrates and asked, "Who is the person with the pure yang body involved in this case?" The Zhang County magistrates looked at Li Mu. Li Mu stepped forward and said, "It's me." Hyun Jinko looked at Li Mu and his eyes suddenly turned golden. Li Mu was shocked, but his eyes quickly returned to normal. Hyun Jinko had a strange expression and said, "To be able to escape from the hands of the Venerable Master Thousand Illusions, you are very lucky. Are you interested in joining the F-Lu school?" Hearing this, Li Qing's eyes flashed with a strange light, while Hanja's face flashed with a trace of nervousness. At this moment, Taoist priest Dun of the Miao school smiled and said, "If you don't like Fu-Lu school, you can also join Xuanzong. Xuanzong has thousands of Taoist techniques for you to choose from," Hyun Jinko said helplessly. "Taoist Miao Dun, how can you snatch people like this?" Taoist priest Miao Dun said, "I'm just speaking the truth. There are many Taoist techniques in Xuanzong that are suitable for his physique. They are more suitable than your Fu-Lu school." Hyun Jinko just shook his head and smiled, not saying anything more. Li Mu was relieved. Just now, Hyun Jinko was obviously checking to see if he had been possessed, which made Li Mu worry for a moment. Now it seemed that even the cultivators of Dongxian could not see through his soul. In response to the two's invitation, he just smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to join a sect for the time being." In terms of cultivation, Li Mu had the Taoist book that Suhi gave him, which was enough for him to cultivate to the transcendent realm. As for himself, he did not lack transcendent Tao techniques. It was just that his spiritual power was too low and he could not use them. Although the Fu-Lu school and Xuanzong could provide him with more cultivation resources, there must be masters of the upper realm in their mountain schools. If someone could see through his soul, it would be too late for regrets. In response to Li Mu's rejection, the two did not say anything. Although the pure yang body was rare, he had already missed the best age to start cultivating. There was not much value in nurturing him. As the masters of Dongxian, a pure yang body would not attract much attention. Hanja let out a long sigh of relief. In Li Qing's eyes, something bright dimmed again. The two masters of Dongxian turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Xuandu looked at Li Mu and smiled. "Benefactor Li, let's go." The abbot of Jinshan Temple had his foundation injured by Venerable Chen Huan. Even if the Heart Sutra had miraculous healing effects, it was not something that could be healed in a day or two. Li Mu would have to come at least 5 more times. After arriving at Jinshan Temple, Li Mu went into the Buddhist hall to pray. He did not know if there were real gods in this world. If there were, he hoped that the masters of the Fu-Lu school could completely eliminate the Dongxian heretical cultivation and eliminate Li Mu's worries so that he could be at ease as a constable. Xuandu sent Li Mu back to the yamen and suddenly said, "Little benefactor Li, you can consider joining the Heart sect. When the time comes, I can recommend you to enter the ancestral court of the Heart sect. Even if Venerable Chen Huan still covets your soul, he would not dare to look for you." Li Mu felt helpless. This monk had indeed not given up on persuading him to become a monk. However, he still smiled and declined politely. With the 3 masters of Dongxian, the heretical cultivation will not be able to escape death. Master Xuandu's worries are unnecessary. After bidding farewell to Xuandu, Li Mu returned to the duty room. Zhang Shan and Li Si did not know what had happened. They were playing a guessing game with old Wang with dice in the corner. Looking at them playing happily, Li Mu sighed. Sometimes ignorance was bliss. Because they did not know anything, they did not have to face this fear. Li Qing sat on a chair and looked up at him. She asked casually, "Why are you not willing to join the sect? It will be very beneficial for your future cultivation." Li Mu smiled and said, "I think the way I am now is pretty good." Li Mu was not a person who liked change. He had just accepted this world and adapted to the life of a constable. Every day, he read books and patrolled. He had 2 or 3 friends at the yamen and a silly girl at home. If he had not been targeted by the heretical cultivation, such a life would have been very comfortable. On the contrary, in the sect, it was not uncommon to see people scheming against each other for resources. If he was not careful, he would be plotted against. Whether it was senior brother Qin or the Dongxian heretical cultivation, the psychological trauma that Li Mu had caused had not dissipated until now. Old Wang was right. In the world of cultivation, the big fish ate the small fish, and the small fish ate the shrimps. It was too cruel. Li Mu preferred to stay in the secular world. Occasionally, he would tell stories, watch plays, and cook at home. After dinner, Wan Wan would massage his back and shoulders while listening to Lu Hanyan play the zither and sing. It was much more interesting than hiding in the mountains to cultivate. Li Qing did not speak anymore. When she lowered her head, a trace of disappointment appeared in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. The 3 Dongxian powerhouses were chasing after the heretical cultivation. Li Mu could breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. He left the duty room and went to Old Wang's place. He randomly found a book to read. A moment later, Old Wang came in and asked, "Have you refined the 4th soul?" Li Mu nodded and said, "I've refined it." Old Wang sat on a chair and said, "It is not easy to refine the last 3 souls. I will teach you a good method that will allow you to refine the last 3 souls quickly. Do you want to learn?" Li Mu quickly asked, "What good idea?" Old Wang smiled wretchedly and said, "The 7 souls are born from the 7 emotions: happiness, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and lust. The last 3 souls are born from love, evil, and lust. You can disperse the last 3 souls and find some women to cheat their feelings and bodies. In this way, they will love you first and then hate you. There will be lust in the middle, and you can directly condense the 3 souls and avoid the refining step." Li Mu thought he had some good idea. He shook his head and said, "Do you think I am Li Si?" Old Wang shook his head and said, "It is because you are not Li Si that you can do it. The women who have slept with Li Si never hate him. He can't absorb their evil feelings." Li Mu flatly rejected Lao Wang's suggestion. "I won't do such a heartless thing that will cause me to be struck by lightning. It's better for me to slowly refine it myself." How would Lu Hanyan, Wan Wan, and Li Qing look at him if he cheated the feelings and bodies of so many women? Instead of this, Li Mu would rather earn money and marry a few more wives. It was reasonable and legal anyway. You can use your brain, but you have to use brute force. Old Wang shook his head and said regretfully, "This is not against the law. It is a waste of your face." Deceiving women's feelings and bodies was not against the law, but in terms of morality, it was undoubtedly at the bottom. Perhaps even Li Si would look down on him. Li Mu did not intend to take shortcuts. Wouldn't it be better to earn money and marry a wife? If he was lucky, he could marry a woman with a higher cultivation than him, such as Li Qing. One would be enough. Compared to soul condensation cultivation, Li Mu was more concerned about the heretical cultivation. He did not know if 3 Dongxian cultivators would be able to kill him completely if they joined forces. Yuntai County. A middle-aged man was walking in the air above a dense mountain forest. After stepping into the forest, his footsteps paused for a moment. The next moment, his expression changed greatly. His body turned into a stream of light and quickly fled into the distance. At this moment, from the forest below, a dozen pillars of light suddenly rose into the sky. One could vaguely see Fu Lu's shadows in the pillars of light. The pillars of light were extremely thick. In the blink of an eye, they joined together to form a huge light shield that enveloped him. At the same time, 3 powerful auras appeared outside the light shield. 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, floated in the air. The beautiful woman held a horsetail whisk, the middle-aged man carried a huge sword on his back, and the last old man had an 8 trigrams mirror floating in front of him. After the 3 of them appeared, they continuously poured their spiritual power into the light shield, causing the light shield to become even more dazzling. Inside the light shield, the middle-aged man let out an angry roar. A thick corpse aura erupted from his body and instantly filled the light shield, faintly contending with the golden light. Hyun Jinko smiled and looked at the beautiful woman in Taoist robes. He said, Miao Dun's divination technique has reached perfection. To be able to calculate the path he must take, Xuanzong's Tao is indeed marvelous. The beautiful middle-aged woman chuckled and said, Your sex Fulu Tao has opened my eyes. To be able to use a talisman as a formation to trap this corpse. Otherwise, if he wanted to escape, we wouldn't have been able to stop him. This talisman formation is not inferior to the top formations of the spirit array sect. The last old man controlled the bronze mirror in front of him and poured his spiritual power into the pillar of light. He said, Junior brother Xian Zhen, fellow Miao Dun, control the formation well. His injuries haven't completely healed yet. Take this opportunity to completely refine him. Even if a wisp of his soul escapes, it will lead to another catastrophe. Above the formation, powerful spiritual power fluctuations continued to spread. Within a radius of dozens of miles, whether it was uncivilized beasts or monsters that had awakened their consciousness, they all lay on the ground, trembling. Even monsters that had taken human form couldn't calm the fear in their hearts. Those that had already stepped into the middle realm and formed their monster cores were doing their best to leave this area. They could feel that there was an aura here that they couldn't afford to provoke. In Yuntai County, countless cultivators also felt the spiritual power fluctuations. However, the Yuntai County governor had already told them not to get close to that area. The area within a radius of 50 miles was designated as a forbidden area for cultivators. The spiritual power fluctuations in the forbidden area lasted for 3 whole days. After 3 days, everything suddenly calmed down. After a few more hours, some daring cultivators carefully flew over. When they arrived at the edge of the forbidden area, they were shocked to find that within a radius of a few miles in the center of the forbidden area, the trees were withered and the rocks were shattered. There was no sign of life, nor was there any spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was like a land of death. Yangqiu County Government. Li Mu had been anxious for 3 days before he finally heard a piece of news from Zhang County magistrates that made him ecstatic. 3 days ago, 3 Dongxian powerhouses from Fulu School and Xuanzong had tracked down Master Chen Huan, who had escaped to Yuntai County. In order to prevent him from escaping again, the 3 of them joined forces and trapped him with a formation. After 3 days, they refined Master Chen Huan alive. This time, the evil cultivator who had committed all kinds of evil deeds was finally gone for good. Li Mu let out a long sigh of relief. The stone that had been pressing down on his heart all this time was finally lifted. Chapter 113. In the county office, Zhang County magistrates looked at Li Mu with a flushed face and said, Li Mu, you've made a great contribution this time. When the county governor finishes dealing with the matters in Zhou County, you should be rewarded. This time, such a big thing had happened in Yangqiu County. As the county magistrate, he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. Fortunately, Li Mu had seen through Master Chen Huan's plot in time, allowing the powerful people of Fulu School to track him down and kill him. This was also the credit of the Yangqiu County government. As the county magistrate, his merits offset his faults. Li Mu didn't care much about rewards. Master Chen Huan was Dongshuan's top heretical cultivation expert. The orthodox masters of Fulu School had killed him twice before killing him completely. Li Mu was very satisfied to be able to escape from him. After hearing the news, he couldn't wait to go home and tell Lu Hanyan. Lu Hanyan said in surprise, Really? Li Mu nodded and said, Really? No matter how powerful he is, he can't fight 1 against 3. This time, it's all thanks to your book. Otherwise, I'm afraid that no one would have known about the heretical cultivations plot. Li Mu still had lingering fears when he thought about this matter. If Li Mu hadn't seen the page of the supernatural records, he wouldn't have thought of the existence of the Yin-Yang 5-element soul refining formation. Master Chen Huan had secretly collected the souls of the Yin-Yang 5 elements. Even if he couldn't break through, he would recover his original cultivation. At that time, it would probably be the time for him to look for Li Mu. Now, he had been refined by the 3 powerful people of Dongxian and his soul scattered. Li Mu didn't have to worry that the secret of his rebirth would be leaked. Lu Hanyan seemed to be happier than Li Mu about Master Chen Huan's death. She dragged Li Mu out to buy a table full of food and a jar of wine. When they came out of the market, they happened to meet Zhang Shan and Li Si, who were about to eat noodles at a noodle stall. Zhang Shan was stunned when he saw the two. He secretly winked at Li Mu and said, "Li Mu, Lady Lu, what a coincidence." Lu Hanyan was obviously in a good mood today. She smiled at the two and invited them. "Constables, would you like to eat at my house?" Zhang Shan looked at the chicken and fish in Li Mu's hands and then at the noodle stall not far away. His throat moved and he said happily, "Sure." Li Si shook his head and said, "No trouble, we'll eat noodles." Zhang Shan frowned and said, "There's chicken and fish, what noodles?" Lu Hanyan smiled and said, "It's no trouble. You patrol so hard every day for the people of Yangqiu County. Besides, you're Li Mu's friends. Let's go." Li Si wanted to refuse, but Zhang Shan had already taken the chicken and fish from Li Mu's hands and said with a smile, "I'll take it, I'll take it." After taking 2 steps, he suddenly looked ahead and said, "Isn't that the boss in front? Should we call the boss too?" Lu Hanyan also saw Li Qing. She thought for a moment and quickly walked forward. She said a few words to Li Qing, and the two of them walked back together. Obviously, Li Qing had agreed to her invitation. Originally, they had prepared food for 3 people, but after walking around the street, they had to prepare food for 6 people. Zhang Shan volunteered to kill the chicken and fish. Li Mu and Lu Hanyan were preparing in the kitchen. Li Qing walked in and asked, "Can I help?" Li Mu looked around and said, "If there's nothing else, boss, you can cut these vegetables." Cooking might be a little difficult for Li Qing, but cutting vegetables was not difficult for her at all. The knife was in her hand. Li Mu could see the afterimage of the knife. The tofu she cut was uniform in size, as if it was carved from the same mold. The kitchen was not big. It seemed a little crowded with 3 people standing in it. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were there. Li Mu walked out of the kitchen and came to the yard. Zhang Shan was dealing with the fish. He looked up at Li Mu and blinked, asking, "Did you get it?" Li Mu asked, "What did you get?" "Still playing dumb with me." Zhang Shan secretly glanced at the kitchen and whispered, "Of course it's Lady Lu. What else can you get?" "You misunderstood." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Are we normal neighbors?" "Normal?" Zhang Shan curled his lips and said, "Which normal neighbor would go shopping together and eat in the same pot?" Li Mu shrugged and said, "It's up to you to believe it or not." "Really? Really? You still want to lie to me?" Zhang Shan looked unconvinced and said, "Ask Li Si if you and Lady Lu are like a couple." "No." Li Si looked indifferent and said, "Shopkeeper Lu's heart is very guarded. Li Mu hasn't entered her heart yet. They can only be said to be good friends. They don't like each other." Li Mu looked at Zhang Shan and said, "See? This is the difference between you and Li Si. We are very pure friends." When it came to purity, Li Mu could guarantee that he was very pure to Lu Hanyan, but Lu Hanyan was not necessarily the same to him. After all, she once had lust for Li Mu and touched his arm back and forth. Maybe she really had bad intentions for him. No one knows women better than I do. There is no pure friendship between men and women. Li Si glanced at Li Mu and said, "For people like you, even if you didn't fall in love at first sight, sooner or later, you will fall in love with each other." "That's not necessarily true." Zhang Shan sneered at Li Si's words and said, "My wife and I haven't fallen in love for so long." Li Si looked at him and asked, "Your wife is also a woman?" Zhang Shan was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously wanted to refute, but he didn't know what to say. For a moment, he felt sad and lowered his head, concentrating on killing the fish. Li Si looked at Wan Wan, who was running around in the yard. Sometimes she ran to the kitchen to watch Li Qing cut vegetables, and sometimes she ran to watch Zhang Shan kill fish. He said, "I don't know what shopkeeper Lu is thinking, but that little maid really likes Li Mu very much. A little girl of this age is the easiest to deceive." Li Mu had never deceived Wan Wan. The little girl probably had a psychological shadow from being hungry when she was young. She liked whoever could feed her. Li Mu fed her every day. Wan Wan also knew how to return the favor. Every day, she helped Li Mu clean up the room and the yard. Massaging his back and shoulders was a common thing. Now, she had almost become the common maid of Li Mu and Lu Hanyan. At this time, Li Si looked in the direction of the kitchen again and said, "Boss, recently, the way he looks at you is a little..." Li Mu asked, "What's wrong with boss?" Seeing Li Qing come out of the kitchen, Li Si shook his head and said, "Nothing." Today's meal was mostly cooked by Lu Hanyan. When Zhang Shan was eating, he praised Lu Hanyan's cooking skills. As he ate, he said, "I didn't expect Lady Lu's cooking skills to be so good. If my wife can cook half as well as you, my death will be worth it. If any man marries you in the future, his ancestors must have accumulated 8 generations of merit." Lu Hanyan smiled slightly and said modestly, "You're flattering me." Zhang Shan picked up a mouthful of food and said, "It's true. Some girls nowadays don't know how to do needlework or how to cook, but they're good at wielding knives and swords. There aren't many girls like Lady Lu. She's beautiful, good at cooking and rich." Cough. Li Mu coughed softly. "What am I wrong?" Zhang Shan glanced at Li Mu and said, "Girls should be like Lady Lu." "Hey Li Si, why did you kick me?" Li Si gave him a look and said, "Be quiet when eating." Zhang Shan followed Li Si's gaze and saw Li Qing. He seemed to think of something and his expression changed. He immediately said, "Boss, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you only know how to wield knives and swords, and I'm not saying that you're not as good as Lady Lu. It's okay." Li Qing looked indifferent and didn't care. She said, "Let's eat." With Zhang Shan livening up the atmosphere, the meal was very lively. Lu Hanyan drank a little wine and her face was red. After the meal, she cleaned up the dishes with Li Mu and said with a smile, "That fat constable is quite good at talking." The next morning, when Li Mu came to the county yamen, he learned from Li Si that Zhang Shan had been punished by Li Qing for 3 days because he didn't put on his hat properly when he entered the yamen in the morning. During these 3 days, he had to patrol the area under the jurisdiction of the 3 of them from morning to night. With Zhang Shan patrolling, Li Mu and Li Si could rest in the duty room. Li Mu was also happy to be free. He could use this time to continue reading and studying. Since Qianhuan Shangren was killed, everything in the county yamen had returned to normal. Li Mu also felt relieved. Now that he thought about it, there had been a Dongxian heretical cultivation spying on him these past few months. He couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. Fortunately, Qianhuan Shangren was dead. This Dongxian heretical cultivation was so careful when he was scheming for the yin, yang, and 5-element souls that it made one's hair stand on end. He was so cautious that Li Mu still felt that he died too easily. It didn't match his previous style of doing things. However, after thinking about it carefully, even if he was cautious, the chances of him surviving when he encountered 3 masters of the same level were very slim. Li Mu was completely relieved and no longer worried. He went to Old Wang's duty room and found a book on feng shui tombs to read. Old Wang looked at him and asked, "Is Qianhuan Shangren dead?" Li Mu said, "Dead. He was refined by the masters of Fulu school." That's good, that's good." Old Wang nodded and continued to busy himself. It was rare that he didn't take a nap today. He was so diligent that Li Mu was surprised. He swept the floor of the duty room clean and took out the books on the bookshelves. He used a cloth to carefully wipe every row of bookshelves until there was no dust in all the corners. Then he put the books back in their original places. After that, he organized all the files and placed them neatly on the shelves according to the time. After doing all this, the originally messy duty room had a brand new look. Li Mu looked around and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with you today? Why are you so diligent?" Old Wang stretched his body and said, "I'm going to go on a long trip. Before I leave, I'm going to tidy up this place. Put the books and files where they should be, so that people who come later can't find them." "Go on a long trip?" Li Mu was puzzled. "Where are you going?" "Very far." Old Wang smiled and suddenly looked at Li Mu. He said, "These past few months, I've been wanting to ask you a question." Li Mu put down the book and said, "If you don't know, how would I know?" "No, you know." Old Wang looked at Li Mu and smiled. "What question?" Li Mu looked at Old Wang and felt that the Old Wang today was somewhat strange. Old Wang asked, "How did you do it?" Li Mu said, "Do what?" Old Wang smiled at him and asked, "How did you take over Li Mu's body without being discovered?" Chapter 114. Li Mu raised his head and looked at Old Wang. He couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. His biggest secret was exposed in front of everyone. Even his most trusted Li Qing didn't know his secret. Besides Li Mu, the only person who knew that there was no soul of Li Mu's original body in his body was only one person. The murderer of the original body. 1,000 illusions Shangren. But he was already dead. He was trapped in a large formation by the 3 experts of Dongxian and refined. His body and Dao disappeared and his soul scattered. Li Mu wanted to stand up, but found that his body was locked by an aura and he couldn't stand up. Old Wang's originally cloudy eyes became clear. He looked at Li Mu with a puzzled expression and said, I have observed you for several months. Your soul is just an ordinary mortal soul, but you have done something that even cultivators of the upper realm can't do. No one can take over a body without leaving a trace and not be detected by the soul examination instrument. You are the first one I have ever seen. Li Mu looked at Old Wang and asked calmly, Who are you? Old Wang smiled and said, Can't you guess who I am? Li Mu asked, 1,000 illusions Shangren is not dead? In everyone's eyes, he is indeed dead. In the future, there will be no more 1,000 illusions in this world. Old Wang said with a smile, But, isn't this what I want? Li Mu looked at the familiar yet strange Old Wang in front of him, and found that he had nothing to say. 1,000 illusions Shangren had set up a trap and killed countless innocent people. He was strangled by the experts of the righteous path. Li Mu thought that he had broken the other party's trap, but he didn't expect that he was still in it. This was a trap within a trap. In everyone's eyes, 1,000 illusions Shangren was dead. From now on, he could completely fade out of everyone's sight. No matter what he did, no one would suspect him. This was his true purpose. He finally knew why the mastermind behind the scenes could accurately find these yin-yang 5 elements bodies in such a short time. No one had snuck into the county yamen. He had been there all along. He was the person in charge of household registration. He could openly use the opportunity of sorting out household registration to check the birth characters of all the people in Yangqiu County. He was there when Zhao Yong and Ren Yuan were executed, so it wasn't difficult for him to collect their souls. He was the fortune teller of the Chen family village and the feng shui master of the Zhang family village. He was Ren Yuan's master and the black-robed man that Li Mu had met. Old Wang was already dead. From the very beginning, Li Mu had known the venerable Master 1,000 Illusions. In the past few months, he had been by Li Mu's side, gambling with Li Mu, joking with Li Mu. Li Mu considered him one of his few friends and a teacher in cultivation. Before meeting Master 1,000 Illusions, Li Mu often felt fear in his heart. At this moment, looking at Old Wang opposite him, he felt unusually calm. Panic and fear couldn't solve any problems. He had to remain calm to have a clear mind to think of countermeasures. He looked at Old Wang and asked, How long have you been in the county yamen? Old Wang said, Not long. Only half a year. Li Mu asked, You killed so many innocent people. Can you be so at ease? No one is innocent. Old Wang looked at Li Mu and said, I've taught you that the law of the world is the law of the jungle. The weak have no right to choose. Li Mu sighed softly and asked, You've already achieved your goal. Why did you come back to me? First, I was curious. Old Wang looked at him with a strange expression and said, I still haven't figured out how you did all this. Not only can you borrow a body to be reborn without leaving a trace, but also make it impossible for people to calculate your fate. If I didn't know that you were dead, even I wouldn't have suspected that you were the real Li Mu. And second? I want your body. Lao Wang looked at Li Mu and did not hide the desire in his eyes. He slowly said, A young body with a pure young body is of course much better than these old bones that are about to die. I wanted to teach you how to condense your soul as soon as possible, but it's a pity that you are unwilling. I can only think of other ways after occupying your body. Li Mu looked at him and asked, Do you want to possess me? Old Wang said, You can think of it that way. Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief and said, If I use the method you taught me to condense my soul, won't I be the same as you? Old Wang smiled and said, Don't forget, I'm not Old Wang, and you're not Li Mu. You and I are the same. We're not the same. Li Mu shook his head and said, I won't be like you, who won't even let go of a baby of a few months. I didn't kill her. Old Wang said calmly, I'm just telling the truth. A purine body is a jinx. It's easy to provoke demons and ghosts. It's bad for parents and relatives. I didn't kill her. The ones who killed her were her family. And then there's Zhao Yong. In order to curry favor with the imperial court, he killed his fiancée. It was the imperial court that executed him. I just happened to run into him and took his soul. What does his death have to do with me? I taught Ren Yuan how to cultivate. I didn't teach him how to kill people and take their souls. He couldn't resist the temptation. He deserved to die. And that landlord Zhang. He used his power and influence to oppress the common people and steal women. What's wrong with his death? Wu Bo was cruel and merciless. He did all kinds of evil things. He framed his colleagues and tried to harm you several times. He wanted to kill you. Didn't he deserve to die? Old Wang looked at Li Mu and said with a smile, I said that this world is not like what you think. Good people often have short lives, while evil people live long. This is a man-eat-man world. If you don't want to be eaten, you have to eat others. What about the Zhangwang clan? What about the thousands of innocent people who died in the hands of zombies in Zhou County? Li Mu smiled coldly and said, You have evil in your heart. What you see is evil. All of this is just an excuse for your evil deeds. Old Wang waved his hand and said, That's not important. He sat in the chair and looked at Li Mu with gentle eyes. He said, Actually, you're quite interesting. Unfortunately, you're too naive to walk the path of cultivation. Why don't you become one of my 1,000 illusions? As his voice fell, the body sitting in the chair slowly closed his eyes and tilted his head to one side. Then, a shadow floated out of his body. A moment later, Li Mu walked out of the duty room and left the yamen. Li Qing stood at the door of the duty room, frowning. When she chased him to the yamen, Li Mu had already disappeared from her sight. Another hour later, Zhang Shan stepped into the yamen, sweating profusely. As he walked, he muttered, It's just that I didn't wear my hat properly. Why did the boss have to make such a fuss? I'm so tired. He carried a paper bag in his hand and walked into Old Wang's duty room. He said, Old Wang, you asked me to bring you some steamed buns this morning. I brought them back. They're 12 copper coins in total. Seeing Old Wang leaning on the chair and seemingly asleep, Zhang Shan walked over and pushed his shoulder. He said, You're old, but you still like to sleep so much. Don't sleep anymore. Get up and eat. Lao Wang's body tilted, and he fell softly to the ground. Zhang Shan was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have thought of something and reached out to touch Old Wang's nose. The next moment, his face became extremely pale. He shouted, Someone come quickly. As he shouted, the yamen was immediately filled with chaotic footsteps. A moment later, Constable Zhou removed his hand from Old Wang's wrist. He sighed and shook his head. He said, Old Wang has passed away. Zhang Shan's face was filled with grief. He murmured, Everything was fine. How could he? Constable Zhou said. Old Wang is old and in poor health. He should have gone home long ago. He has been in the yamen all his life. It's already a good result for him to pass away in his sleep without suffering. My condolences. Li Si stood behind the crowd. He looked around and asked, Where's Li Mu? He should have gone to patrol. A constable sighed and shook his head. He said, Li Mu is usually the closest to Old Wang. I'd better go find him. Outside the county. In a hidden forest. Several huge stones formed a formation. A figure sat cross-legged in the middle of the formation. It was a young man in a constable uniform. He looked down at his hands and said with a smile, After 2 hours, I will be you and you will be me. You are only a part of his soul. You don't have the strength of Dong Xian, the young man said and then spoke again. He looked a little strange. Outside his body, 2 overlapping shadows appeared. It's enough to refine your soul. The other shadow regained control and said, With your body, I can quickly recover to Dong Xian. Within 10 years, I have hoped to see the secret of transcendence. During this time, I really treated you as a friend. I trusted you so much. I didn't lie to you about all the questions you asked me. You deceived my feelings. I also helped you a lot. Li Mu and the Venerable Master 1,000 Illusions shared the same body. After talking to himself for a while, he felt like a fool. Unlike Su He who possessed Li Mu, the current Li Mu had 2 souls in one body. Although the Venerable Master 1,000 Illusions soul was stronger, Li Mu was the master and he was the guest. Before completely refining Li Mu's soul, unless Li Mu released control, he could not completely control Li Mu's body. The Venerable Master 1,000 Illusions regained control of the body and said, Actually, I'm more curious about your secrets. How did you take over a body? What are those 2 Taoist techniques? Since you don't want to tell me, I can only find them myself after fusing with your soul. At this moment, Li Mu suddenly sighed and said, I said, we are not the same. Why do you have to do this? The Venerable Master Thousand Illusions was pondering the meaning of these words when the body he shared with Li Mu suddenly raised its hand and made a gesture. It was a Taoist hand seal, the Big Dipper seal. In an instant, Li Mu regained control of the body and quickly chanted, Tao, can be Tao is not Tao. An incomparably vast power of heaven and earth surged towards the array formation. The array formation was easily destroyed by the power of heaven and earth. The Venerable Master Thousand Illusions felt an intense sense of danger and was greatly alarmed. He wanted to leave Li Mu's body, but he was entangled by Li Mu's soul force for an instant. In this insignificant moment, the power of heaven and earth had already arrived. Puff! Blood spurted out of Li Mu's mouth as he was sent flying. The soul fragment that belonged to the Venerable Master Thousand Illusions in his body was instantly erased by the power of heaven and earth. I can't accept this. Before the Venerable Master Thousand Illusions soul fragment dissipated, he only had time to let out an extremely unwilling roar. At the last moment before Li Mu lost consciousness, he sensed the disappearance of the Venerable Master Thousand Illusions aura and smiled. The first time he was possessed by Su He had tried to use Su He's dermic powers to activate the Tao De Sutra. The result was that Su He's soul had almost dissipated. It also made Li Mu realize that with his strength, he was still unable to activate this mantra. If he forcefully used it, he would suffer an intense backlash. The stronger the soul body in his body, the greater the backlash. Li Mu's soul body was weak and the backlash was not great. The primordial spirit of the Venerable Master Thousand Illusions was much stronger than his and completely collapsed under this power. Li Mu's body was sent flying dozens of feet and he fainted. Before he lost consciousness, he vaguely saw a white figure flash before his eyes. Chapter 115. Outside Yongqiu County, in a dense forest, Li Mu was lying on his back in the grass. His entire body was in excruciating pain, as if something was filling his body that was about to explode. He felt like a balloon that could explode at any moment. Benefactor, benefactor. It was at this moment that a few anxious calls suddenly sounded in his ears. A warm feeling came from his face. Li Mu struggled to open his eyes and saw a little white fox licking his face. The little fox stood beside Li Mu and said happily, Benefactor, you're awake. It's you. Li Mu recognized the little fox. When he first came to this world, he saved it from the hunters and was almost scared to death by it. He did not expect to meet it again. He remembered the white shadow he saw before he fainted. This time, Li Mu would not be frightened by it. With his cultivation, he could easily see that it was a small demon in the molding body realm. Moreover, it had just formed its body not long ago. Compared to ordinary foxes, it was probably just a little more intelligent, agile, and could speak human language. Li Mu did not have the time to deal with the little fox. He endured the pain and got up from the ground. He sat cross-legged and checked the situation in his body. Venerable Master Thousand Illusions wanted to refine Li Mu's soul and take over his body. However, he did not expect Li Mu to have this trick up his sleeve. Although Li Mu did not dare to recite the Tao Te Ching, if he forced himself to recite it while being possessed, he would at most be injured. However, Venerable Master Thousand Illusions would lose his life. After carefully checking his body, Li Mu's heart sank. Although Venerable Master Thousand Illusions was dead, Li Mu's own situation was not too good. Venerable Master Thousand Illusions' soul fragment contained too much soul power. At this moment, it was all accumulated in Li Mu's body. Li Mu tried many methods but could not find a way to release it. If this continued, Li Mu's body would explode like a balloon in less than an hour. He forced himself up and stood up from the ground. He felt that there was something strange around him. After using his heaven's eye, he found that there was a thick emotional power around him. This power of emotion was black, and it was the evil emotion needed to form the sixth soul. These emotions came from Master Thousand Illusions' hatred for Li Mu. He had been lurking in the county yamen, on tenterhooks and cautiously. He had spent countless thoughts and half a year to set up such a trap, all for this moment. With just a few words, Li Mu had destroyed everything he had ever hoped for. This kind of devastating blow made a middle realm expert, who had long been indifferent to his 7 emotions, unable to control his monstrous hatred before his death. Forming this majestic power of emotion, he once again benefited Li Mu. According to Li Mu's initial estimation, the resentment caused by Master Thousand Illusions' hatred towards him was enough for him to condense his soul 10 times. A high-level cultivator was indeed a high-level cultivator. His emotional power alone was equivalent to tens of thousands of ordinary people. After collecting all of this resentment, Li Mu took out a divine travel talisman and stuck it to his body. He quickly rushed in a certain direction. "Benefactor, wait for me!" The little fox saw that Li Mu was about to leave and quickly followed after him. Back at the Bay of Clearwater, Li Mu ran to the small house hidden by the water. He anxiously shouted, "Sister Su, come out!" A figure flashed outside the house. Suhi appeared outside. Before Li Mu could speak, her expression changed. She grabbed his wrist and quickly said, "There's too much soul power in your body. If you don't release it, you'll die." The power in his body was too great. Li Mu's consciousness was blurred. He gritted his teeth and said, How do I release it?" After saying these words, his body went limp and he fainted again. Suhi caught him in time. She wanted to absorb the boundless soul power in his body, but found that the soul power was entangled with his soul. She couldn't draw it out. If the soul power continued to wreak havoc, only death would await him. She lowered her head to look at Li Mu. A trace of hesitation appeared on her face, but it soon turned to helplessness. After making a decision, she hugged Li Mu's body and lowered her head to kiss him. Li Mu felt that the surging power in his body suddenly found an outlet and began to rapidly decrease. At the same time, the feeling of his body wanting to explode gradually subsided and disappeared. Li Mu opened his eyes and met a pair of familiar eyes. Suhi's lips were somewhat cold, but they felt very soft. A steady stream of soul power was sucked into her mouth from Li Mu's body. Suhi absorbed more than half of the soul power in Li Mu's body. Then, she let go of Li Mu and said bitterly, "I didn't expect that my first time would be given to you." Li Mu sighed and said, "It's also my first time." Suhi frowned and asked, "What do you mean by sighing? Do you feel wronged?" "No." Li Mu shook his head. Suhi didn't continue to argue. She looked at Li Mu and asked, "Why do you have so much soul power in your body?" Li Mu pursed his lips and said, "It's a long story. Even Hyun Jinko and the other two cave realm cultivators couldn't kill Thousand Illusions. It was purely a coincidence that Li Mu could kill him. It was mainly because he was inspired by Suhi last time. Otherwise, he would have refined Li Mu's soul and completely replaced Li Mu. He could continue to harm people with a new identity." Dongxian heretical cultivation. Suhi frowned. Although she didn't experience it, she could feel the danger from Li Mu's description. Li Mu also said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, he wanted to possess me and not directly destroy my soul. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see you." After saying this, he noticed that Suhi's aura was somewhat unstable. He asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Suhi sealed the soul power in her body and said, "I've absorbed too much soul power from your body. I must immediately go into seclusion to refine it. Otherwise, there will be hidden dangers in the future. You should go back first." "I need to go into seclusion for a period of time." Li Mu asked, "How long will you be in seclusion?" Suhi said, "At least half a month, at most several months." Li Mu nodded and said, "Very well. I'll come see you in half a month." Suhi had absorbed too much soul power and needed to go into seclusion to refine it. Li Mu also left the Bay of Jade and headed for the county. Thousand Illusions had calculated everything, but in the end, he had still made a mistake and lost his life. Li Mu had profited from this disaster. Not only had he eliminated a great enemy, he had also obtained great benefits. Most of the soul power in his body had been sucked away by Suhi, but there was still a small portion left. Thousand Illusions was once a Dongxian. Even if it was just a split soul, his soul power was still very pure. This small portion of soul power was enough for Li Mu to completely condense his 3 souls and enter the spirit condensation stage in one fell swoop. The evil feelings he left behind before his death were also enough for Li Mu to condense the 6th soul, filth removal. In this way, among the 7 souls, only the 5th and 7th souls born from love and lust had not been condensed. He already had 5 of the 7 souls. The last 2 souls were not that important. He could slowly condense them in the future. Walking out of the Bay of Jade, although his whole body was in great pain, Li Mu's heart was unprecedentedly relaxed. Thousand Illusions had really died this time. He had died without leaving even a trace. He no longer had to worry about the Dongxian experts hiding in the dark to seize his soul. He also no longer had to worry about someone leaking the secret of his rebirth. He hummed a brisk tune as he walked on the road. Suddenly, a fox jumped out from the grass. Li Mu looked at the white fox and asked in surprise, "Why haven't you left yet?" "Benefactor saved my life last time. I want to repay my benefactor." The little fox spoke in the human language. Its voice was as clear and melodious as a young girl's. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "I never ask for anything in return for my good deeds. You can go." A little fox that had just formed its embryo and was still far from being able to take human form. What could it possibly have to repay him? When Li Mu saved it, it was purely out of pity. He did not think too much about it. Moreover, after the incident with Old Wang, he would not easily trust even humans, let alone demons. "No, no." The little fox shook its head and said, "Grandma said that the Heavenly Fox clan must repay kindness. Otherwise, it will affect my future cultivation." Li Mu looked at it in shock. "You're from the Heavenly Fox clan?" According to the records of demons in the 10 continents, the Heavenly Fox clan was obsessed with karma in the human world. They would repay kindness and seek revenge for hatred. If they had a grudge with someone, they would even hide in the shadows for decades to find an opportunity to take revenge. If they were indebted to someone, they would definitely find a way to repay the favor. This was their unique cultivation method. Li Mu indeed did not need its help. However, if he met the Heavenly Fox clan, he would not change their mind if he refused to repay their kindness. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Do you have any aged precious herbs? You can give me some as a token of gratitude." The little fox shook its head and said, "No." It seemed that the little fox was even poorer than a yellow rat. It could not even get a single herb. Li Mu said, "Then just give me something. We'll be even in the future." The little fox still shook its head and said, "My benefactor saved my life. How can I just give you something? That would not be enough to repay your kindness." Li Mu had no other choice. He said helplessly, "Then tell me, how do you want to repay my kindness?" The little fox suddenly lowered its head. A hint of shyness appeared in its gem-like eyes. It said in a low voice, The book says that I have to repay my benefactor with my body." Li Mu was stunned. There was once a beautiful snake who wanted to marry him, but Li Mu did not agree. Now, there was a fox who had not even transformed. She had to repay him with her body if he saved her life. He had also saved Lu Hanyan. Why didn't she have the same awareness? Moreover, why were there only snakes and foxes who wanted to marry him? Was he not worthy of living with humans? Li Mu was indignant. He squatted down and looked at the little fox seriously. "You're still inexperienced. You don't understand the evil in people's hearts. Don't be fooled by those unscrupulous authors." The little fox shook its head and said, He's not an unscrupulous author." Li Mu snorted and said, "What kind of book are you reading?" "I'd like to know who dares to spout such nonsense," the little fox said. "Strange stories from a Chinese studio." Chapter 116. Li Mu walked on the main road and turned back to look at the little fox following behind him. He couldn't help but sigh. What a sin! Even foxes were literate these days? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have written strange stories from a strange story. Moreover, the fox spirits of strange stories from strange stories all transformed to repay their kindness. She was still at least a few decades away from transforming. How long would it take for her to transform into her human form? Li Mu still tried to persuade her. "Go back. I really don't need you to repay me." The little fox followed behind him and begged, "Benefactor, please don't chase me away. I'll work hard to cultivate and transform as soon as possible." "It's not a matter of whether you transform or not." Li Mu thought for a moment. "I already have a family." Li Mu didn't mind telling a few white lies to persuade this stubborn fox. "I can be a concubine," the little fox said nonchalantly. "Just like in strange stories from a strange story." She looked up at Li Mu and said, "Benefactor, you're lying to me. You're not married yet." Li Mu was stunned for a moment. "You can tell?" The little fox nodded shyly. "Yes." Li Mu changed his perspective and asked, "Don't you have a family? If you leave with me, what will happen to your family?" The little fox said, "I'll live with Granny. I'll just let her know. Granny also hopes that I can repay her kindness as soon as possible." The little fox was so stubborn that Li Mu couldn't do anything. He could only say, Even if you want to repay me, you'll have to wait until you transform. Why don't you come find me after you transform? The little fox said firmly, I can do a lot of things now. I can help you clean your room, wash your clothes, warm your bed. Li Mu had Wan to clean his room and Lu Hanyan to wash his clothes. He didn't have anyone to warm his bed, but how could he let a fox warm his bed? Along the way, he tried to persuade her but failed. Instead, he was almost tempted by her. After entering autumn, the weather was getting colder and colder. This little fox was so furry that it would definitely be warm if it burrowed into the blanket. He wondered if it would shed its fur. Along the way, Li Mu gained a deeper understanding of the little fox's stubbornness. Even if Li Mu was the person it wanted to repay, it was impossible for him to persuade it to give up. Having figured this out, Li Mu stopped persuading it. At most, he would let it warm the bed for a few days, fulfilling its wish, and then send it away. Thinking of this, Li Mu looked at it and asked, Are you going home with me? The little fox raised her head and asked, Can I tell Granny? Li Mu nodded and said, Go, I will wait for you here. The little fox ran a few steps before turning back. Benefactor, you have to wait for me. Li Mu waved his hand and said, Go on. Watching it disappear into the depths of the forest, Li Mu stood by the side of the road and did not leave. The records of the monsters of the 10 continents clearly stated how stubborn the celestial foxes were. In their understanding, saving their lives was a huge karma that had to be settled. Stopping them from repaying their debt of gratitude was no different from cutting off their path of cultivation. For these monsters that had gained sentience, cultivation was more important than anything else. After the little fox left, Li Mu first took off his outer robe, then walked to the water and rubbed off the splashes of blood on his official robe to avoid attracting attention when he returned. When he was possessed by the venerable Master Thousand Illusions, Li Mu had thought of harming his enemy at the cost of his own life in order to protect himself. Under the immense power of heaven and earth, the venerable Master Thousand Illusions had been directly obliterated and Li Mu had suffered serious injuries that would require at least several months of recuperation. But all in all, the injuries had been worth it. Not only did he kill a powerful enemy, but he also obtained enough anger to condense his soul, as well as the pure soul energy of a middle realm cultivator. Other than that, Li Mu's mind was filled with a lot of complicated memories. Rather than calling them the memories of the venerable Master Thousand Illusions, it would be better to call them Old Wang's memories. The venerable Master Thousand Illusions did not walk the path of Taoism that refined one's soul and condensed one's soul. Instead, he walked an evil path called the Thousand Illusions technique. This technique did not focus on the physical body, but on the primordial spirit. The heretical cultivation of this technique allowed one to split one's primordial spirit into several soul bodies. As long as one managed to escape, it could be reborn in a new body and continue to appear with a new identity. Once it had gathered enough soul power, it could return to its peak. The venerable Master Thousand Illusions had been cautious all his life and always had a backup plan. Before he was jointly annihilated by the Buddhist and Taoist sects, he had separated a soul body and hidden it in Yangqiu County. Just when the righteous faction experts thought that they had eliminated him, he possessed Old Wang's body and was reborn. He refined his soul and hid in the county government as Old Wang. Fragments of memories began to flash in Li Mu's mind. In a dark underground cave, Wu Bo's fat body was fleeing in a narrow passage. In the Chen village, a fortune teller knocked on someone's door. In the Zhang village, landlord Zhang invited a feng shui master into the minister's mansion with a smile. In the Ren family, Ren Yuan kowtowed to a black-robed man. In the Kaishaku, Old Wang stood behind the Zhang County magistrates. He narrowed his eyes and watched as the executioner chopped down on Zhao Yong's head with a knife in his hand. In the north of the city, in a dilapidated house, the soul of the Zhangwang clan had just dissipated and was condensed in another place. The last memory was in a remote dark alley. A figure in official uniform that Li Mu could not be more familiar with walked in and never came out again. After these fragments of memories flashed back, they gradually dissipated. In a short moment, Li Mu experienced his journey in the past few months from Old Wang's point of view. The venerable Master Thousand Illusions had always been cautious. In addition to the flying stiff in Zhou County, he had also secretly kept a backup plan. Even if that plan failed, he would only lose the soul that possessed the flying stiff. If he could gather the souls of the yin and yang and the 5 elements once, he could gather them again. At that time, who would doubt him? Imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Unfortunately, He met Li Mu, a Dongxian heretical cultivation expert. In the end, he still ended up dead. Li Mu gathered his thoughts and leaned against a tree, waiting for the little fox to return. The crisis had been resolved. He looked up and saw that the originally gloomy weather had unknowingly turned into a clear sky. A white figure ran over from afar. When it saw Li Mu still standing there, it said happily, "Benefactor, Grandma agreed. Let's go." Although he had agreed to let the little fox follow him temporarily, there were some things that Li Mu had to pay attention to on the way back. As he walked, he said, "First, without my permission, you can only stay at home obediently. You can't go out as you wish." This was mainly for the sake of the little fox. Although there weren't any powerful cultivators in Yangqiu County, it was best for a fox that had just formed a fetus not to wander around the streets. If a cultivator with bad intentions saw it, it was inevitable that they would have evil thoughts. The little fox nodded seriously and said, "I will stay at home obediently." Li Mu added, "Second, you can't talk in front of outsiders." The little fox hurriedly said, "I know. I won't speak carelessly." Although the little fox was stubborn, it was very obedient. The fox behind him was eye-catching. After entering the county, Li Mu held it in his arms. The little fox hid in Li Mu's arms and looked around. Its gem-like eyes shone with curiosity. Li Mu walked to the door. A constable standing there saw him and immediately came up to him. "Li Mu, where did you go?" "I looked everywhere for you," Li Mu asked. "What's the matter?" The constable looked at Li Mu and said hesitantly, "There's something that I don't know how to tell you. Anyway, hurry to the yamen." After sending the little fox home, Li Mu left the house and headed for the yamen. He had just stepped into the yamen when Zhang Shan came over and said sorrowfully, "Li Mu, you're finally back. Old Wang, he's gone." In Old Wang's room, his corpse was placed on a small bed. His hands were folded over his abdomen, and his expression was very peaceful. In truth, this was only one of Venerable Master Thousand Illusion's plans. The real Old Wang had died a few months ago. If Venerable Master Thousand Illusion's plan had succeeded, the one standing here now would not be Li Mu, but him. After Old Wang, Li Mu would be his second target for possession. As Li Mu, he would continue to live in the county yamen and perhaps collect the souls of the 5 elements. He would replace Li Mu and work under Li Qing. He would enjoy Li Qing's kindness. He would become neighbors with Lu Hanyan and let Wan massage his back and shoulders. Even the little fox that Li Mu saved would come to him after it transformed into human form to repay his kindness. It was unforgivable. Li Mu did not tell Zhang Shan and the others about these things. In any case, Venerable Master Thousand Illusions was dead. This result was enough. Otherwise, Li Mu would find it difficult to explain how he killed Venerable Master Thousand Illusions. This involved too many of his secrets. It was better to let them believe that Old Wang had died of old age and that Venerable Master Thousand Illusions had died under the encirclement of the experts of Fulu School. His trust in Old Wang was second only to Li Qing and Lu Hanyan. He did not expect that the person he trusted so much was the mastermind who had been spying on him from behind the scenes. It had to be said that Old Wang, or Venerable Master Thousand Illusions, had used practical actions to teach Li Mu a good lesson. Not only did he teach Li Mu a lot of cultivation knowledge, but he also taught him that on the path of cultivation, he should not easily trust anyone. He had shown Li Mu the cruelty of the cultivation world. In the future, he would have to be more careful in his cultivation. In the end, Zhang Shan did not covet Old Wang's inheritance. Instead, he took out all his private savings and put them together with Old Wang's savings. He planned to prepare a good coffin for him. Li Mu could not afford a gold-rimmed Nanmu coffin. A gold-rimmed Nanmu coffin could buy a 5-section house in Yangqiu County. He gave Zhang Shan some silver, enough to buy a good Nanmu coffin for Old Wang. Li Mu returned to the duty room. When he saw Li Qing, he was about to speak when Li Qing said indifferently, "Close the door. I have something to say to you." Li Mu turned to close the door and asked, "Boss, what's the matter?" Clang. A white light flashed in front of Li Mu's eyes. He felt a cold sensation on his neck. He lowered his head and looked at the Qinghong sword on his neck. He then looked at Li Qing with a puzzled expression. Li Qing looked straight at him and said coldly, "Who are you?" Chapter 117. At this moment, the azure rainbow sword was not even 0.01 centimeters away from Li Mu's neck. A cold and sharp sensation came from his neck. Li Mu could feel that a sharp sword qi had already locked onto him. As long as Li Qing wanted to, she could take his life. Li Qing would not do this for no reason. Li Mu looked at her and asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" "Don't call me boss." Li Qing's face was cold, and her eyes were filled with worry. She looked at Li Mu and said coldly, "The one who just left the county office was not Li Mu. Who are you?" When they left the county office, Li Mu's body was completely controlled by the venerable Master Thousand Illusions. With his cultivation, Li Qing, who was only at the spirit conjuring realm, could not see through him. However, it was clear that Li Qing had already noticed the abnormality at that time. Li Mu looked into Li Qing's eyes and said, "I am Li Mu." Li Qing met his gaze. His eyes were clear, and Li Qing was familiar with them. Perhaps someone could possess Li Mu, but they could not imitate his eyes. Her eyes gradually became confused, and her hand that was holding the sword loosened. Li Mu sighed in relief and said, "But when I left the county office, my body was controlled by someone and I was almost possessed. It was not easy to escape." From the beginning, Li Mu had been holding his body up, not wanting to be seen through. At this moment, he did not need to hide anymore. After he relaxed, his qi immediately withered. "You're injured." Li Qing put down her sword and quickly walked over. She poured her mana into his body and asked, "What happened?" "We were all wrong." Li Mu sighed and said, "The flying stiff that the seniors of the Fulu school destroyed was only a doppelganger created by Master Qianhuan using the souls of yin and yang and the 5 elements, as well as a large amount of blood essence and soul force from living people. The real him is actually in the county government, by our side all this time." Li Qing instantly understood Li Mu's meaning. She felt a chill in her heart and said in shock, "You're talking about Old Wang?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Old Wang is the venerable Master Thousand Illusions. A few months ago, he was possessed by the venerable Master Thousand Illusions and was lurking in the yamen. He was the only one who could freely check the records of the people. He did all this in secret, and after we found out, he didn't hesitate to abandon the flying stiff clone. He wanted to possess me, but I killed him." Li Qing looked at him in a daze and asked, "You killed the venerable Master Thousand Illusions?" Li Mu pointed a finger at the sky and said, "I swear on the Tao that if there is even half a lie in what I said just now, let me be struck by lightning and not." "You don't have to swear. I believe you." Li Qing covered his mouth and shook her head. "No wonder you weren't sad at all when you saw him die." "So you already knew?" Li Mu sighed and said, "Actually, I didn't want to believe it either, but it was the truth. He was extremely cautious. If he didn't want to possess my body, I would have thought he was already dead." Li Qing said in disbelief, "This person is actually so treacherous and cunning." Li Mu looked at Li Qing and said, "Boss, can we not report this matter to the higher-ups?" Li Qing asked, "Why? If the higher-ups know, they will definitely ask me how I killed the venerable Master Thousand Illusions. This will attract a lot of unnecessary trouble." Li Mu explained, "Anyway, the venerable Master Thousand Illusions is already dead. There is no need for these twists and turns." Li Qing thought for a while and nodded slightly. She said, "Let me help you heal first." Actually, it would be best if Li Mu went home and used the Heart Sutra to heal himself. However, he still allowed Li Qing to hold his hand and channel her mana into his body. Li Qing did not ask Li Mu how he killed the venerable Master Thousand Illusions. Li Mu took the initiative to explain, "I have a divine ability that can prevent others from possessing my body. The deeper the cultivation of the person possessing my body, the greater the backlash. The venerable Master Thousand Illusions' soul was dissipated by the backlash of that divine ability. Before he died, his monstrous hatred for me turned into evil emotions. After my injuries are healed, I will be able to condense the 6th soul." Li Qing thought for a while and said, "In this way, you only have the 5th and 7th souls left. Have you thought of a way to condense them?" Li Mu was startled. The 5th and 7th souls were born from love and lust respectively. Li Mu had thought of a way to collect these 2 emotions, but how should he tell Li Qing? Should he say that he planned to marry a few more wives and that love would develop over time? Li Mu shook his head decisively and said, "No." Li Qing withdrew her hand and said, "If you were immortal, losing any of the 7 souls would endanger your life. However, you are a cultivator. Even if you lose 2 souls, it is not a big deal. You can condense your soul first. When you have the chance in the future, It will not be too late to condense these two souls. Li Mu smiled and said, I think so too. Before the venerable Master Thousand Illusions died, he left me some pure soul energy. I should be able to condense my soul very soon. Li Qing reminded him, using other people's soul energy to condense your soul is a shortcut, but don't rely on it all. Otherwise, the mana you cultivate will not be solid enough. You will be like Ran Yuan, having only a cultivation level but not the strength to match it. In the future, when you fight with others, it will be very easy for you to be at a disadvantage. I know. Cultivation was not just about guiding and refining qi. If Li Qing did not learn Fulu, martial arts or abhijna, her current cultivation level would definitely not just be at the spirit condensation realm. Although Ran Yuan's speed of improvement was fast, if they really fought, perhaps he would not be as good as a Fulu school's spirit refinement disciple. In order to not arouse suspicion, Li Mu did not stay here for long. He left the duty room and, together with Zhang Shan and Li Si, arranged old Wang's funeral. Li Mu did not appear as sad as Zhang Shan about old Wang's death. He was not the original Li Mu. The time he had spent with old Wang was only these few short months. In these few months, he had treated old Wang, who was possessed by the venerable Master Thousand Illusions, as a true friend. As for the other party, when Li Mu thought of this, he could not help but shiver all over. He busied himself until he was about to go to the yamen. Then, he dragged his tired body and walked home. On the street, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes grabbed the arm of a sloppy Taoist priest and said excitedly, Old immortal, last time I took the medicine you gave me. In less than 2 months, my wife became pregnant. You must come to our house and let our family thank you properly. The Taoist priest flung his sleeve and said, You bought the medicine with money. No need to thank me. He tidied up the stall on the ground. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced and saw a young man coming from the front. He felt that the young man was somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, he said in surprise, You're not dead yet. Li Mu looked up and saw the Taoist priest who had said that he only had half a year to live. The Taoist priest circled Li Mu a few times. He clicked his tongue and said in surprise, Not only are you not dead, but you've also condensed 4 spirits. You've also collected enough evil feelings for the 6th spirit. Boy, what have you done to make people hate you so much? Don't tell me you went to harm other girls. After being stunned for a moment, Li Mu bowed to the old man with folded hands and said, Senior, thank you for reminding me that day. The Taoist priest did not care and said, What are you thanking me for? I took 800 coins from you that day. Just to remind you, you don't owe me, and I don't owe you. Li Mu was no longer the rookie who had not even touched cultivation. Naturally, he would not treat the old man as a Jianghu swindler. The old man could see through Li Mu's 7 spirits and even the accumulated emotions in his body. His cultivation, if not Dongxian, was at least at the creation realm. The old man looked at Li Mu and said, I don't think you're an evil person. Have you thought about how to condense the last 2 spirits? Li Mu immediately said, Senior, please enlighten me. It's fate that we can meet here. Well, I'll give you some advice for free this time. The Taoist priest waved his hand and said, The 5th spirit is born from love. The 7th spirit is born from smelly lungs. You only need to find a female cultivator of the spirit condensation realm and become a Taoist companion. Then you'll have both of them. Li Mu had thought of this method before. He shook his head and said, It's not that easy to find a female cultivator of the spirit condensation realm. Then you can only marry a few mortal wives. The old man looked at Li Mu and said, With your appearance, it's not difficult. If you can't find love, you can go to brothels more often. Even if you can't find love, you can still have as much lust as you want. The girls there love handsome men like you. Li Mu's first kiss had been given to Su He. The other one could not be lost in that kind of place. If he had to go to brothels to sell his body to collect lust, he would rather not have that spirit. The old man carried his divine strategy flag and said, Whether you can condense the spirits or not depends on your luck. I'm leaving. See you again if fate wills it. Li Mu watched the creation realm or Dongxian powerhouse leave. He did not have much contact with him. Although the sloppy Taoist priest had a high cultivation, his temper was quite strange. After the incident with Thousand Illusions Shangren, Li Mu was very cautious of these masters. To be safe, it was better not to have anything to do with these people. He returned home. Just as he opened the door, A white figure appeared in front of him. The little fox stood in the yard and said in a clear voice, "Benefactor, you're back." Two figures walked over from the side. Lu Hanyan looked around and asked in confusion, "Who were you talking to just now?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "No." Lu Hanyan was confused. Why did I hear a woman's voice? And it wasn't Constable Li. Did you bring a woman home? How is that possible? Li Mu said, "Maybe you heard wrong." Wan Wan saw the little fox in the yard at first glance. She ran in happily and said, "Miss, this little dog is so cute." The little fox lowered her head and said sadly, I'm not a dog. This puppy can talk." Li Mu, there's a monster." Wan Wan was shocked. Lu Hanyan's face was pale. She hugged Li Mu's arms tightly and hid behind him. Chapter 118. In the courtyard. Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan stood behind Li Mu, looking at the little fox in front of them with fear on their faces. The little fox lowered its head as if it had done something wrong. From time to time, it would raise its head and look at Li Mu pitifully. Li Mu could not even bring himself to scold it when he saw how pitiful it looked. All right. Li Mu withdrew his arm from their chests and waved it off. "This is Lady Lu, Lu Hanyan, and this is Wan Wan. Get to know them first so that you don't have to hold back in front of them in the future." Li Mu pointed at the little fox and introduced it to Lu Hanyan. "This is..." He was stunned for a moment before remembering that he had not asked for its name. He looked at the little fox again and asked, "What's your name?" "Xiao Bai. This is Xiao Bai, a little fox. I saved it from a hunter in the past and it's here to repay my kindness." Lu Hanyan's impression of demons only existed in novels and dramas. Compared to those demons and spirits who would eat people at the drop of a hat, this little fox did not seem that scary. Moreover, with Li Mu here, that trace of fear she had just now quickly disappeared without a trace. She asked curiously, "How is it going to repay the kindness?" Li Mu shrugged, indicating that he did not know either. The little fox immediately said, "I can massage your legs, clean your house, and even warm your bed." Wan Wan looked stunned. She was no longer afraid and said unhappily, "If you do all that, what should I do?" Although it was a fox, it was a female fox. In order to prove his innocence, Li Mu explained to Lu Hanyan, "It's a tradition of their tribe to repay kindness. If you don't let her repay her kindness, there will be problems with her cultivation in the future." Li Mu ignored her every day, so Lu Hanyan naturally did not suspect that Li Mu had any thoughts about a female fox. Looking at the cute little fox, her curiosity finally overcame her fear of demons. She squatted down and asked softly, "Xiao Bai, other than talking, what else can you do?" The little fox lowered its head in self-abasement. She was just a little demon who had just formed her womb. Other than learning to speak, she did not know any other Dharma spells. However, she quickly regained her confidence. She sniffed and raised her head. "I don't know anything now, but after I transform, I'll repay your kindness." Transform? Transform into a human. Lu Hanyan looked down at the little fox and then at Li Mu. "How do you want to repay me?" The little fox said seriously, "If you don't mind, I can repay you with my body." Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan's deep gaze and understood what she meant. "I didn't teach it that." The little fox nodded. "No one taught me that. I saw it in Strange Stories from a Chinese studio." Li Mu did not want to say anything more. He waved his hand and said, "You guys talk. I'll go cook." With the venerable Master Thousand Illusions dead, the biggest threat had been removed. Li Mu could finally return to his normal life. Although the little fox was here to repay his kindness, Li Mu still treated it as a guest. "What do you usually eat?" The little fox said, "I eat wild fruits in the mountains. Sometimes, Granny finds medicinal herbs and brings them to the city to sell. The money is used to buy us roast chicken." Li Mu thought for a moment. Foxes were omnivores, so there was nothing to be picky about. When it was time to eat, he found a clean bowl and scooped some food into it. He also stuffed a drumstick into it and placed it on the ground. After the meal, Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan helped him wash the dishes and left. Li Mu said to the little fox, "I'm going out for a while. You stay here and don't wander off." The little fox nodded. "Don't worry, benefactor. I'll take good care of the house." Li Mu walked out and closed the door. The little fox ran around the yard a few times, still savoring the taste of the food. After a while, it ran to a corner of the yard, picked up a broom with its mouth, and began to tirelessly sweep the yard. After cleaning the yard, it found a rag. After wetting it, it wiped the tables, chairs, and cabinets in the room clean. When it came to Li Mu's study, it saw a bookshelf full of books. Its eyes were shining as it said in a daze, "There are so many books in Benefactor's house." It walked to the bookshelf and envied it for a while. Then, it jumped onto the chair and climbed onto the desk, carefully wiping the table with a rag in its hand. There were a few unfinished manuscripts on the desk. It was about to pick them up with its claws to wipe the bottom when it suddenly paused. It looked at the contents of the manuscripts and muttered, "It seems that this volume of strange stories from a Chinese studio hasn't been published yet." Li Mu left the house and walked out of the city. Jinshan Temple's Abbot Puji's injuries would be completely healed after another round of treatment. Li Mu himself was still injured. He wanted to rest, but when he thought about how Xuandu would transfer all his transcendence energy to him every time he treated the abbot, it would be easier and faster for him to recover if he borrowed Xuandu's transcendence energy. Jinshan Temple. Xuandu stood at the entrance of the temple and smiled. "I've been waiting for Benefactor Li for a long time." Li Mu smiled and said, "I'm sorry. I was delayed by some matters at the yamen." "It's fine," Xuandu said, then frowned and asked, "Benefactor Li is injured?" Li Mu said, "It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal." Xuandu took out a small bottle and handed it to Li Mu. "There are a few elixirs in this bottle that I got from the Danding sect. They can increase transcendence energy and have a miraculous effect on healing injuries. Benefactor Li, please accept them." The Danding sect and the Fulu school were both part of the 6 great Taoist sects. The Fulu school specialized in using Fulu to kill enemies, while the Danding sect specialized in refining elixirs. Their elixirs had a wide range of uses. They could increase transcendence energy, heal injuries, and even be used as weapons against enemies. Li Mu did not stand on ceremony with Xuandu. He took the bottle and poured a pill into his mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. The pure medicinal power was instantly absorbed into his body. Li Mu acutely sensed that the transcendence energy in his body had increased slightly. His injuries, although not completely healed, were almost healed. The backlash from that move was still too strong. The split soul of the Thousand Illusions Venerable Master bore most of the backlash for Li Mu. The remaining small portion still caused serious injuries to Li Mu. In the future, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use this technique carelessly in a life-threatening situation. This kind of self-destructive attack would hurt the enemy as much as it hurt himself. If he was not careful, he would die together with the enemy. As for the remaining injuries, Li Mu could recover on his own. He did not want to waste the elixir. He put the bottle away. The elixir was not very useful to him, but it was just right to use it on Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan. The abbot of the Jinshan Temple looked much better than before. He was a Buddhist monk at the peak of the 5th realm. Other than the masters of the ancestral court of Fulu School, there were few who could match him in the North County. It was a pity that he met the Thousand Illusions Venerable Master. He was injured because he wanted to eradicate the heretical cultivation. He had seen many cultivators who fell into the evil path for the sake of cultivation. In comparison, the old abbot was more respectable. The 3 of them sat cross-legged. Xuandu placed his hand on Li Mu's back. Li Mu pressed his hand against the abbot's back and chanted the Heart Sutra. From outside the meditation room, a faint white light could be seen. In the temple hall, not only the monks of the Jinshan Temple, but also the pilgrims in the hall were used to the faintly glowing Buddha statues. These few days, these Buddha statues were shining every day. This directly caused the number of pilgrims who came to the Jinshan Temple to increase exponentially. The amount of money donated was also much more than usual. In the meditation room, Li Mu slowly withdrew his hand. His complexion was much better than before. Just now, when he was treating the abbot's injuries, Li Mu himself also received a small commission. He borrowed Xian Du's vigorous mana and healed his own injuries. Amit Ba, the abbot stood up and made a Buddhist salute to Li Mu, saying, "Thank you, Benefactor Li, for these days." Li Mu smiled and said, "Master Abbot, you are too polite. The Thousand Illusions Venerable Master has done many evil things. I was almost killed by him. Master killed him to get rid of evil for the people. Compared to Master, what I have done is nothing." The abbot did not say anything. He just looked at Li Mu benevolently and said, "My foundation was destroyed. If Benefactor Li did not save me, not only would my cultivation be difficult to recover, but I would also not have many years left in my life. The Jinshan Temple will repay such a great kindness in the future." Li Mu said, "Master Xuandu has saved my life twice. Take it as me repaying his kindness. Xuandu is Xuandu, I am I." The abbot suddenly grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said, "I have seen Benefactor Li's dual cultivation of Buddhism and Taoism. I will lend you a hand again." As his voice fell, Li Mu felt a surge of mana that was several times purer than Xuandu's. It flowed into his body from his wrist. This mana was rich and powerful. Li Mu did not feel any discomfort in his body. On the contrary, he felt warm and very comfortable. Traces of a black substance were gradually discharged from Li Mu's body. Li Mu already knew that these were the impurities in his body. Last time, Xuandu had helped Li Mu temper his body once. He did not expect so much to be discharged this time. The abbot let go of his hand and said, "Benefactor Li's 7 spirits are still missing 2 spirits. This tempering will no longer be burdened by the loss of these 2 spirits. Taoism tempers the spirit for the sake of the physical body. Buddhism directly cultivates the physical body." Li Mu could feel the powerful strength in his body. Even the discomfort caused by the loss of 2 spirits had disappeared. He was delighted and said to the abbot, "Thank you, Master Abbot." The abbot smiled and said, "The one who should be thanking is me." Tempering the body was good, but every time, Li Mu's clothes would be dirty. When he left the Jinshan Temple, he changed into a monk's robe. At the door, Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu in confusion and asked, "Why are you dressed like this again?" Li Mu shrugged and said, "My uniform is dirty." Lu Hanyan pinched her nose and took the dirty clothes from Li Mu's hands. When she saw Li Mu's hands, she threw the clothes aside and grabbed Li Mu's hands. She said in surprise, "How did your skin become better again?" "No." She looked up at Li Mu and said, "Every time you dress like this, your skin will become better. What did you do secretly? Tell me honestly." Chapter 119. Women were extremely sensitive to certain aspects. Lu Hanyan could always detect the changes in Li Mu's body, such as whether he had become fairer, or whether his skin had become more delicate. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Li Mu simply admitted, "It's because I'm still cultivating Buddhist techniques, and there's a senior monk who used his mana to help me temper my body." Lu Hanyan said in disbelief, "Cultivating Buddhist techniques will make my skin the same as yours?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Buddhism cultivates the physical body. In the process of cultivation, the impurities in the body will be constantly expelled, and the skin will naturally become better." Lu Hanyan's eyes flashed and she asked, "Can I cultivate Buddhist techniques?" Li Mu said, "Of course, if you don't mind some changes in your body." Lu Hanyan asked, "What changes?" Li Mu looked her up and down and said, "For example, your whole body will be full of muscles, or you might lose your hair or something." Lu Hanyan touched her beautiful black hair and imagined her body full of muscles. She shook her head decisively and said, forget it, I don't want to learn it." "What's the tempering of the body you mentioned?" Li Mu explained, "If there's a Buddhist cultivator with high cultivation who's willing to use his mana to forcibly expel the impurities in your body can become like mine even if you don't cultivate Buddhist techniques." "Of course there's another way," Lu Hanyan asked. "What way?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Forget it." After that he walked into the house. Lu Hanyan was about to chase after him when she suddenly thought of something and stopped in her tracks. She remembered what that method was. The combination of yin and yang, water and milk. Not only could it greatly increase the speed and efficiency of cultivation, it was also greatly beneficial to the body of a person with pure yin and pure yang. The only way to make her more youthful and beautiful, and make her skin more delicate and lustrous, was to dual cultivate with Li Mu. Doing those things every day was a form of cultivation. Over the past few months, she had treated Li Mu as the person she trusted the most. In this world, other than Wan, she was the closest to him. However, being close to him was completely different from being intimate. After working in the music house for more than 10 years, she had seen too many men's faces. She had long made up her mind that she would only live for herself and not for any man. Li Mu was a trustworthy person. Lu Hanyan hoped to entrust Wan to him. As for herself, she was very satisfied to be neighbors with them for a lifetime. Li Mu had already walked back into the courtyard. When he walked out again, Lu Hanyan saw him opening his mouth to say something and immediately said, "I've never thought of getting married in this lifetime. Don't even think about it." Li Mu took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom and poured out 2 pills for her. He said, "One for you and one. Eat it and it will increase your transcendence energy." After putting away the porcelain bottle, he said to Lu Hanyan, "Even if your physique is compatible with mine, you're not my type. How many times do you want me to say this?" Li Mu had always remembered the matter of cultivation. Lu Hanyan's heart had just been touched, but she inexplicably became angry. Beautiful women were always conceited. Whether it was their looks, figure, cooking skills, or financial resources, she was very confident in herself. Over the years, there were at least 80 men who pursued her, if not 100, but they were always rejected by Li Mu. Sometimes, Lu Hanyan couldn't help but doubt his judgment. In the end, she couldn't help but look at Li Mu and ask with self-doubt, "Am I not beautiful?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "Beautiful. Is my figure not good? Good. Do you like my guqin? Good. Is my cooking good? Delicious. Don't I have money? Yes." As a woman, Lu Hanyan thought she was already very outstanding and had almost all the advantages a woman should have. She crossed her arms and looked at Li Mu, asking, "If you don't like me like this, then what kind of woman do you like?" Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, "Are you as obedient as Wan? Are you as good as our boss? Are you?" "Don't say it." Lu Hanyan put away the pills and turned away without looking at Li Mu. Li Mu shook his head and said softly, Women." She didn't want Li Mu to have any ideas, but she also wanted Li Mu to have ideas. Lu Hanyan was very gentle when she was gentle, but she was also very unreasonable when she was unreasonable. Sure enough, Wan and the boss were better. One was well-behaved and obedient, while the other was straightforward. They would never be like Lu Hanyan, who accepted his things without even saying thank you. Speaking of Li Qing, last time Li Si said that Li Qing's eyes were not right when she looked at him these 2 months. What was wrong? He had to find a chance to ask Li Si about it. Li Mu walked into the yard and was about to return to his room when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Today, the yard was surprisingly clean. Sometimes, Wan would help Li Mu clean the yard after dinner, but it was never this clean. There were sounds coming from the study. When Li Mu walked to the door, he saw the little fox wiping the bookshelf with a rag in its front paws. On his bookshelf, the books that were originally just messy were now neatly arranged on the bookshelf. The things on the table had obviously been carefully tidied up. There was not a speck of dust on the table. The ink stains that Li Mu had accidentally dropped on the table last time had also been wiped off. Hearing the commotion at the door, the little fox turned around and said happily, "Savior, you're back." Li Mu looked at the yard and the study before asking, "Did you do all this?" The little fox wiped its forehead with its front paws. "I was alone at home and didn't have much to do." Li Mu did not expect that the little fox was serious about repaying its debt of gratitude. Others had Miss Conch, but he had Miss Fox. It was just that his Miss Fox could not transform into a human yet. The little fox looked at the bookshelf and asked Li Mu expectantly, "Savior, can I read the books here?" Li Mu said nonchalantly, "Go ahead if you want." He thought for a moment and poured out an elixir from the porcelain bottle. Placing it in his palm, he squatted down and placed his hand by the little fox's mouth. "Eat this." The little fox licked Li Mu's palm with its nimble tongue and swallowed the elixir. Then it asked, "Savior, what is this?" Li Mu replied, "It's an elixir that can increase your dermic powers. It can help with your cultivation." Feeling the effects of the elixir in its body, the little fox seemed to be in deep thought. It raised its head and looked at Li Mu seriously. "Don't worry, Savior. I will work hard in my cultivation and strive to transform as soon as possible." Bai Xin was in front of him and the little fox was behind him. Li Mu realized that these little demons who had been cultivating in the mountains and had not seen much of the world were unusually simple-minded. With such intelligence, even after transforming, they would still help others count the money they earned from being sold. It would be good to let it follow him for a while. First, it was the tradition of the heavenly foxes to repay their debt of gratitude. For this reason, the heavenly foxes usually cultivated in the mountains and did not come into contact with humans. They also did not want to be tainted by karma. However, once tainted by karma, they would repay it even at the cost of their lives. If he did not let it repay its debt of gratitude, it would be cutting off its path of cultivation. Even if Li Mu chased it away, it would not leave. Secondly, Li Mu could also improve its temperament. Compared to humans, these demons who only knew how to cultivate were as pure as Xiaobai flowers. It was fine for them to cultivate in the mountains, but once they entered human society, such a temperament would cause them to suffer greatly. The little fox looked at the manuscript on the table and asked, "Savior, did you write strange stories from a Chinese studio?" Li Mu remembered that he had dug a hole for himself and immediately said, "That is a story in the book. You have to distinguish between story and reality. You don't have to repay a life-saving debt with your body," the little fox said in admiration. "Savior is really amazing. You can write so many good stories." After saying that, she said, "Can I ask you a question?" Li Mu asked, "What question?" The little fox was confused. "What does double challenge in fox couplet mean?" "I asked Granny, but she didn't tell me." Li Mu waved his hand. "Children shouldn't ask so many questions." After reprimanding the little fox, Li Mu returned to his room and began to refine the wrath in preparation to condense filth purge's soul. Li Mu didn't touch the soul power left in his body by the venerable Master Thousand Illusions. The soul power was very pure. If he refined it all, it would be enough to condense his 3 souls to a certain degree. He might even be able to condense his soul directly. However, because the soul power was too pure, the difficulty of refining it increased. He planned to refine the wrath first. In the study, the little fox was lying on the table, seriously reading the unpublished manuscript of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio. As it read, it muttered, "Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, was written by Savior. Savior must have despised me for not being able to transform." A figure skipped in from outside. "Sir, I'm here to help you clean the study." Wan ran into the study and only saw the little fox lying on the table. She didn't see Li Mu and asked, "Where's Sir?" The little fox looked up. "Savior is cultivating in his room." "Miss Wan, is something the matter?" Wan stood at the door of the study, suddenly feeling a little sad. She should be the one lying there. She was the one who came to this house first, but now she was like a guest. This little fox wasn't cute at all. It didn't know what first come, first served was. It even said that it would give itself to him after turning into a human. Humph. So would never marry a fox. Sir said that he liked obedient girls like her. As she thought about it, worry appeared on the little maid's face. The little fox seemed to be very obedient too. It would turn into a human sooner or later. Most importantly, she ate very little. She was full after eating half a bowl, but she ate at least 3 bowls per meal. Would Sir be like her parents and not want her because she ate so much? The girl sighed. Her heart suddenly filled with worry. Chapter 120. Sigh. Sigh. On the swing in the yard, the 2 women, one big and one small, sighed at the same time. Lu Hongyan tilted her head to look at Wan and asked, "Why are you sighing?" Wan asked doubtfully, "Miss, did I eat a little too much?" No. There's no a little." Lu Hongyan looked at her and said, "It's not a little, it's a lot. It's not like before. You don't have to go hungry anymore. Why do you still eat so much? You always eat until you're round." Wan lowered her head and said, "I'm afraid of being hungry." Lu Hongyan sighed softly, hugged her in her arms and said, "Don't worry. You won't be hungry anymore." Wan was still a little worried and asked, "But will young master dislike me for eating too much and not want me anymore? Xiaobai eats so little. When Xiaobai becomes a human, he will like Xiaobai." Lu Hongyan was angry at the mention of Li Mu, but she still comforted her. "How can he not want you? He can't wait to have all of you." Lu Hongyan still remembered Li Mu's dream of the future. Earn a lot of money, buy a big house, and marry a few beautiful wives. Wan was probably one of the "a few" he mentioned. Perhaps that Constable Li Qing was also one of them. Only she was not included. Lu Hongyan didn't know how she lost. Was it because Li Mu wasn't attracted to her at all, or was he trying to trick her by retreating in order to advance? Lu Hongyan thought carefully for a long time and felt that Li Mu wouldn't be the second kind of person. This made her even more depressed. Although she didn't have any thoughts about Li Mu, being ignored and disliked by him was also very embarrassing. Wan's mood improved. She looked up at Lu Hongyan and asked, "Miss, why are you sighing again?" Lu Hongyan doubted herself. "Am I not pretty? Is my figure not good? Is my cooking not good? Do I not have many talents? Do I not have money? Wan said, Mrs. Beautiful has a good figure, cooks delicious food, is multi-talented and rich. Lu Hanyan murmured. Then why doesn't he like me? Wan was stunned for a moment and asked, Is young miss talking about young master? Young miss also likes young master? I don't. Then why does miss want young master to like you? Yeah, why? Lu Hanyan suddenly felt that Wan was right. She didn't want to marry Li Mu. Why should he like her? How could she be like this? She was so shameless. Lu Hanyan sat on the swing. Just as she was feeling conflicted, Wan jumped off the swing and ran next door to Li Mu's study. The little fox was reading a book. It looked up and asked, Miss Wan, is there anything else? Wan moved a chair and sat opposite the desk. She asked, Xiaobai, how old are you this year? Xiaobai said, 16. I'm 16 too. How old are you? June. Wan smiled and said, I'm May. I'm 1 month older than you. You have to call me big sister. Xiaobai curved its eyes and said, Big sister Wan. The two ladies living next door were obviously very close to their benefactor. It had to be obedient in front of them. Wan asked again, Do you like to read? Xiaobai nodded and said, You can understand the human world from books. There's nothing in the mountains except for trees. You like the human world? Wan thought for a moment and said, Next time, I'll take you to my family's shop to watch plays and listen to songs. When you can transform into a human, I'll take you to buy beautiful clothes and jewelry. She had been looking forward to the human world for a long time. The little fox's eyes sparkled. It rubbed its paws and lowered its head. Big sister Wan, you're so good to me. Wan patted its head and said, Hurry up and transform into a human. Then we can play together. Although the little fox couldn't transform into a human yet, it didn't lose to a human in terms of work. The yard was clean and the study was neat and tidy. Li Mu felt much better. He asked the little fox during lunch in the afternoon and found out that it was 16 years old. It was the same age as Wan. The lifespan of an ordinary fox was usually only 10 to 15 years. When they gained intelligence and knew how to cultivate, their lifespan would be greatly extended. Xiaobai's parents were demons. Therefore, when she was born, she was different from other foxes. Her lifespan wasn't shorter than a human's. Her 16 years old was almost the same as a human's 16 years old. It was better for demons to transform as early as possible. If she transformed now, she would look like a 16-year-old girl. If she waited a few more decades, she would transform into an old woman. With the addition of a fox in the house, everything was cleaned and tidied up. Li Mu felt comfortable living there. The only thing that bothered him was where she slept at night. Li Mu lived in an ordinary courtyard house. The main room was his bedroom. There were 2 side rooms next to it that were filled with miscellaneous items. There were 2 side rooms. One was used as a kitchen and the other was transformed into a study by Li Mu. Li Mu thought about it and decided to make one of the side rooms her room for the time being. After having her own room, the little fox still insisted on warming Li Mu's bed before she left. She didn't have any strange smell on her. Instead, she smelled nice. It was said that this was a characteristic of the descendants of celestial foxes. 9-tailed celestial foxes were comparable to cultivators in the 9th realm. They were the kings of the demon beasts. After cultivating 9 tails, their bodies would transform. Even after hundreds of years, their descendants would inherit some of the celestial fox's characteristics. Sleeping in a fragrant and warm bed, Li Mu suddenly felt that having a fox warming his bed wasn't a bad thing. The next morning, Li Mu came to the yamen. Zhang Shan was originally sitting in his seat, grieving over old Wang's death. After taking a few deep breaths, he followed the smell to Li Mu's side. He said in surprise, Li Mu, why do you smell so nice? Li Mu lowered his head and sniffed his own body. He didn't smell anything. He asked suspiciously, Do I? Yes. Zhang Shan nodded with certainty. This smell is so nice. It's making me impulsive. Li Si walked over and sniffed lightly. It's the smell of a woman. Only a woman's natural body fragrance would have this smell. Zhang Shan said in a daze. Li Mu, you found a woman. Old Wang just died and hasn't been buried yet. You've already found a woman. Don't talk nonsense. Li Mu glanced at him, then looked at Li Qing who walked in. The boss is here. Li Qing walked into the duty room. When she walked to her seat, she paused and asked, "What's that smell? Why is it so fragrant?" If he knew that the smell wouldn't dissipate for a long time, Li Mu wouldn't have let the little fox warm his bed yesterday. He looked at Li Qing and explained, "A few months ago, I saved a little fox. Yesterday, I met it outside again. It insisted on following me home. It said that it wanted to repay my kindness." "A fox repaying your kindness?" Zhang Shan's face showed an interested expression. He asked, "How?" "I read in the book that they will turn into humans and help you. Is it true?" Li Mu glanced at him and said, "What kind of nonsense books are you reading?" Zhang Shan said, "It's strange stories from a strange story." "It's not a nonsense book. I saw the boss reading it last time. Pretend I didn't say anything." Li Mu waved his hand and explained, "It's just a little fox with spiritual intelligence. It can sweep the floor, wipe the table, and so on. It can't turn into a human, and it won't help me with that. So the books are all fake." Zhang Shan heard this and immediately lost interest. He went out to patrol. Li Qing looked at Li Mu and asked, "Little fox?" Li Mu said, "It's a little demon that has just formed its embryo. A few months ago, it accidentally fell into a hunter's trap. I was the one who saved it." "A female fox?" "Yes," Li Qing said faintly. "It's hard to guess what demons are thinking. You can't believe everything they say. Be careful." After saying that, she walked out of the duty room and left the yamen. Li Si looked at Li Qing's back as she left. His expression was one of disbelief. He muttered, "How is that possible?" "What do you mean, how is that possible?" Li Mu remembered that he still had questions to ask Li Si. He looked back at him and asked doubtfully, "Last time you said that the way the boss looked at me was strange. What's wrong?" Li Si said, "That's not the way she looks at her subordinates." Li Mu asked, "Then what's with that look?" Li Si sighed softly and said, "The boss seems to like you." Li Mu was stunned for a moment. Then he waved his hand and said, "How is that possible?" Li Si said with a deep gaze, "A person's expression can be deceiving. His words can be deceiving. But the look in his eyes can't be deceiving. There's a big problem with the way the boss looks at you. Besides, don't you think that she's too good to you?" Li Mu thought about it carefully. Li Qing was very good to him. But wasn't it because Li Mu didn't have long to live? As the boss, she was trying her best to help Li Mu prolong his life. Lu Hanyan was also very good to him. Could it be that she also liked him? This was impossible. Li Mu looked at Li Si and asked, "Is the boss not good to you?" "This is different." "What's the difference?" Li Si smiled disdainfully and asked, "Do you dare to bet with me?" Li Mu asked, "What do you want to bet?" "Let's bet on the same thing. Does the boss treat you differently from us?" Li Si looked at him and said, "If you lose, you'll patrol the streets for me for a month. If I lose, I'll patrol the streets for you for a month. What? Do you dare to bet with me?" Li Mu also smiled disdainfully. "Why not?" The two walked out of the government office and saw that Zhang Shan didn't patrol. Instead, he squatted at the corner of the street. He broke the steamed bun in his hand and threw it to a colorful wild cat. As he threw, he whispered, "Are you a male cat or a female cat? Can you talk? Can you turn into a human?" Meow. What does meow mean? Can you or can you not? If you can, quickly turn into a human. Chapter 121. Li Si waved at Zhang Shan from afar and said, "Old Zhang, come here. I need your help with something." Zhang Shan looked up and said, "I'm busy. I don't have time." Li Si took out a copper coin from his bosom and waved it in front of his eyes. Zhang Shan smiled disdainfully. "You want to buy me over with just one copper coin?" Li Si took out another copper coin. Zhang Shan snatched the copper coin from his hand and put it in his own pocket, saying, "What help?" On the street, Li Qing was patrolling. Zhang Shan suddenly ran over from behind. He held his forehead and said, "Boss, I feel a little dizzy. I think I'm sick." Li Qing took out a piece of fulu and handed it to him, saying, "Turn it into a bowl of talisman water. Normal colds and fevers will be fine after drinking it." "Thank you, boss." Zhang Shan took the fulu and ran to the back of the street. He looked at Li Si and said doubtfully, "You just want to trick the fulu. You can ask the boss directly. The boss will give it to you. Li Mu looked at Li Si and asked, "What does this mean?" "The last time I was sick, the boss also gave me a piece of fu lu." Li Si said, "You try again." Li Mu looked at him strangely and walked out of the street corner. Li Qing saw him from afar but ignored him. Li Mu took the initiative to walk over and said, "Boss, I think I'm sick. I feel a little dizzy and my body is very uncomfortable." Li Qing reached out and touched his forehead, then grabbed his hand and used her transcendence energy to check. She frowned and said, "It's not hot. There's nothing wrong with your body." In the distance, Zhang Shan stared blankly at Li Qing, who was touching Li Mu here and there. He then looked at the fu lu in his hand and said in surprise, "It's really different." After a moment, Li Mu walked to the street corner with a dazed expression. Li Si glanced at him and said, "1 month." Li Mu still didn't understand and asked, "You mean the boss really likes me?" Li Si said, "Maybe it's just a little good impression. Whether she likes you or not has yet to be tested. But the boss does treat you differently from us. In short, you've lost." Li Mu's face revealed a thoughtful expression as he muttered, "Why does the boss like me?" Li Si asked indifferently, "Do you need a reason to like someone?" Don't. In terms of who understood women better, even 10 Li Mu's couldn't compare to Li Si's. If he said that Li Qing might like him, then it was really possible. Li Mu first assumed that there was such a possibility. Then he thought about it carefully. In the beginning, Li Qing didn't treat him much differently from Zhang Shan and Li Si. Later, after learning that he had a pure yang body, she treated Li Mu better and better. Did she have a good impression of him or was she lusting after his body? Li Mu had read many books and knew a lot of knowledge, but he didn't understand women's minds. Lu Hanyan had made up her mind to be single for the rest of her life. The possibility of yin-yang dual cultivation was infinitely close to zero. If he was together with Li Qing, who had already gathered her spirit, Li Mu's 7 spirits would quickly reach perfection. No matter how you looked at it, she was Li Mu's best choice. If she really had a good impression of Li Mu, as long as they cultivated their feelings in the following days, the two of them were very likely to have a happy ending. However, with her personality, she regarded cultivation as extremely important and might not necessarily care about the feelings between men and women. Moreover, if the two of them were together, Li Mu's dream of a beautiful wife and concubine with a big house would probably be ruined. Li Si glanced at him and said, "You already have a boss and you still want to flirt with other women. Do you think you have a long life?" Li Mu couldn't help but be shocked. "You can see that too?" Li Si said, "I understand women, and I understand men." Li Si had some skills after all. He could actually see through his thoughts. Li Mu couldn't see this even if he used the heavenly eye. However, Li Mu wasn't sure what Li Qing was thinking about him. He still planned to observe from the side. He walked back to the street and caught up with Li Qing. He asked, "Boss, do you want to come to my house for lunch today?" "No need." Li Qing directly refused this time. She asked, "Are you feeling better?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I'm fine now. Maybe it's because the 3 souls haven't been condensed." Walking beside Li Qing, Li Mu's mind flashed. He suddenly thought of a way to test whether Li Qing had a good impression of him. He looked at Li Qing and suddenly said, "Boss, I've thought of a way to condense the last 2 souls." Li Qing frowned and asked, "How do you want to collect love and lust?" Li Mu said, "I read in books that some cultivators will directly disperse the last 3 souls and then play with women's feelings." Seeing Li Qing frown, Li Mu hurriedly explained, "Of course I won't use this method. Scumbags who play with women's feelings are even more despicable than Li Si." Li Qing's brows relaxed again. Li Mu took the opportunity to say, "But I can marry a few more wives and obtain the last 2 emotions from my wives. It won't violate the law and there won't be any moral problems. That should be fine." "Hey boss, don't go." Li Qing seemed to be really angry. Ever since Li Mu told her that he wanted to marry a few more wives, she hadn't spoken to Li Mu for 3 days. She didn't even enter the room on duty. She was alone in the room where old Wang used to be on duty, doing who knows what. Li Qing's attitude made Li Mu feel a bit panicked. He wondered if he should take the initiative to apologize. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from the door. Then he smelled the fragrance that he hadn't smelled in a long time. Li Qing put a book on the table in front of him. She flipped to a page and said, Love is divided into big love and small love. Lust isn't only about lust. There are other ways to condense the last two souls. Li Mu stood up and smiled apologetically. I was only joking that day. Li Qing said calmly, I wasn't joking with you. Seeing that she seemed to be serious, Li Mu also became serious and carefully read the contents of this page. This book on cultivation actually recorded a method for those who had lost their 7 physical souls to condense their 7 physical souls again. It turned out that Li Qing had been helping Li Mu find these things for the past 3 days. This touched Li Mu's heart. At the same time, he also regretted it. 3 days ago, he really shouldn't have deliberately played that kind of joke with her to test her. He first put away his other thoughts and studied this book seriously. Among the 7 emotions, love didn't just refer to the love between a man and a woman. Li Mu's previous understanding was a bit narrow. Other than the love between a man and a woman, there was also the love of a mother, father, and siblings. Li Mu didn't have parents or siblings. Naturally, he couldn't obtain these emotions of love. But these were all small loves. There was also a kind of love known as big love. Small loves left no trace. Big loves had no boundaries. This kind of big love referred to the benevolence toward all living beings. If one loved all living beings, they would naturally be loved by all living beings. This was another kind of love that was different from love, parental love, and brotherly love. No matter how Li Mu looked at it, he felt that this so-called big love was very similar to Buddhist merit and Taoist psychokinesis. Merit and psychokinesis were a kind of power obtained from the hearts of people through doing good deeds to save people or taking in believers. Not only Taoist and Buddhist sects, but even countries also needed this kind of power. In every county and county of the Great Zhou, there was a national temple built for the people to worship. The prosperity and desolation of the national temple were closely linked to the prosperity and decline of the country. This kind of phenomenon could be explained from 2 different perspectives. Merit and psychokinesis were both real and mysterious powers. Whether it was Buddhist or Taoist, they could directly absorb psychokinesis to cultivate. It was the same for the imperial court and the royal family. More psyche power could only be produced if more people sincerely worshipped Taoist temples, Buddhist halls, or state temples. Therefore, whether it was Taoist or Buddhist sects, they would actively enter the world. By stabilizing the place, they could win the hearts of the people and obtain their power of faith. The imperial court also had to maintain the long-term stability of the counties and let the people live in peace and contentment. Only then could they sincerely worship the national temples. From another perspective, if the counties were governed in peace and the people lived in peace and contentment, there would naturally not be too many people who would commit evil deeds, let alone rebel. Wasn't the continuous and stable operation of the Great Zhou's entire system a sign of the country's prosperity? What Li Mu needed was to obtain the faith of the people, which was the big love. However, to obtain the faith of the people was obviously much more difficult than marrying a few wives. He might as well. Li Mu raised his head and looked at Li Qing. In the end, he did not dare to speak his mind. There was a replacement for love. As for lust, it was not the same as lust. The 6 desires were similar to the 6 senses. They were the desire of seeing, the desire of hearing, the desire of fragrance, the desire of taste, the desire of touch, and the desire of will. Lust was actually similar to the desire of will. If it did not exist, it could be replaced by the other 5 desires. The desire of seeing referred to the desire for beauty. If someone coveted Li Mu's beauty, he could absorb their desire of seeing. The desire of hearing referred to the desire for beautiful sounds and praise. The desire of fragrance and taste referred to the desire for fragrance and good food. Li Mu could not let others eat him. The desire of touch, as the name implied, referred to the desire of the flesh other than the matters between men and women. Lu Hanyan always liked to touch his body. This was the embodiment of the desire of touch. It was a pity that Li Mu could not absorb love from her. This was also why Li Mu was sure that she did not like him. Li Qing looked at him and said faintly, "There are many ways to collect the last 2 emotions. You don't have to force yourself to marry several wives." Li Mu actually did not feel forced. In fact, he was looking forward to it. But when he saw Li Qing's expression, he coughed lightly and said, "I just want to cultivate now. I don't want to think about the matters between men and women." The current Li Mu was not yet 19. Indeed, it was not the time to think about these things. He needed to refine the evil emotions as soon as possible and condense another soul. Then, he could continue to refine the soul power left in his body by monk Qianhuan. He needed to condense the 3 souls into a primordial spirit as soon as possible and enter the middle 3 realms. This was what he should do now. Only when he entered the transcendent realm could he begin to learn those mysterious and strange transcendent techniques. He could truly be considered to have stepped through the door of cultivation. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the courtyard outside the duty room. Li Mu walked outside and saw several uniformed people standing in the courtyard of the county office. Their uniforms were slightly different from those of Li Mu and the others. They were more exquisite and imposing. The leading man raised his head and asked loudly, "Where is the Yongqiu County Magistrate?" Chapter 122. Zhang Shan stood at the door and asked in surprise, "What's going on? Why are the people from the county government here?" Li Mu asked, "Are they from the county government?" Zhang Shan nodded and said, "I've seen the uniform they're wearing a few times. It's the uniform of the county government." He looked at them and said, "Yongqiu County is under the control of North County. The people from the county government must be on the orders of the prefectural governor. These people wouldn't come to the county government for no reason. It must be something good or something bad." Whether it was good or bad, it had nothing to do with Li Mu. He had lost the bet with Li Si. He had to patrol for him for a month. Li Mu accepted his loss wholeheartedly. He was willing to accept his loss. It was just a matter of walking one more street while patrolling. In addition to accepting his loss, Li Mu also had his own thoughts. The collection of love was not divided into big or small love. Li Mu couldn't make Lu Hanyan fall in love with him, but he could make the people love and respect him. These 2 kinds of love were different in nature, but they had the same effect on condensing the soul. However, just as he walked out of the county government and was about to patrol, he was stopped by Zhang Shan. Li Mu asked, "Is there anything else?" Zhang Shan caught up from behind and said, "Don't go yet. The county magistrate is looking for you." "The county magistrate is looking for me?" Li Mu's face showed a trace of doubt. He asked, "Why is he looking for me?" Zhang Shan shook his head and said, "I don't know. It might have something to do with the people from the county government." Li Mu went to the front hall of the county government and saw that Li Si was also there. The Zhang County magistrates were chatting happily with several officers from the county government. Li Mu walked in and asked, "Sir, what's the matter?" Zhang County magistrate stepped forward and said with a smile, "In the past few months, you've done a lot for the people. You even exposed the conspiracy of the Dongxian heretical cultivation and saved North County from a catastrophe. I saw it all. This time, Constable Wu unfortunately died in the line of duty. I wanted you to take over his position." Hearing this, Li Mu hurriedly said, "Sir, please reconsider. I'm too weak. I haven't even completely refined the 7 souls. I'm afraid I can't take on such a heavy responsibility." Li Mu was very clear about his own abilities. To be able to be a constable, one had to be at least in the spirit-condensing realm. It wasn't strange for them to be in the spirit-condensing realm. They were often disciples of famous sects like Li Qing, Han Jia, and Huiyuan. Not only did they have high cultivation, but they also had all kinds of unique skills. At present, Li Mu was far from them. Zhang County magistrate shook his head and said, "Although I think highly of you, I'm afraid I can't give you such a heavy responsibility now." Li Mu was puzzled. He didn't know what he meant. Zhang County magistrates pointed to the 3 officers and said, "These people are here on the orders of the county government to deliver an official document." Li Mu faintly sensed that something bad was going to happen. He asked, "What official document?" Zhang County magistrate said, "When the zombies broke out in Zhou County, it was you who suggested that glutinous rice could restrain the zombies. I told the county government about this idea. After the county government ordered people to carry it out, it greatly suppressed the spread of the zombie disaster in Zhou County. Otherwise, even more people would have died in Zhou County. This time, you were the first to discover the matter with Master Qianhuan and promptly reported it. Only then could the experts of the Fulu school act as soon as possible and completely kill this person. Although you didn't directly participate, your contribution can't be erased." Li Mu asked, "So," Zhang County magistrate said with a smile, "so the county government not only rewarded you with the courage and soul power to cultivate, but also prepared to transfer you to the county government. There, your monthly salary will be double. I congratulate you first." Great Zhou had a vast territory, but there were only 36 counties. North County was huge, and the area of Yangqiu County was much larger than the county-level administrative regions of the future. Yangqiu County was at least a few hundred miles away from the county capital of North County. Li Mu's family was in Yangqiu County, and his friends were also in Yangqiu County. There was no need for him to go so far away for an extra 500 copper coins a month. Ever since he met Lu Hanyan, Li Mu was like a fine horse meeting a talent scout. Whether it was publishing books or opening a shop, everything was very smooth. Every minute was worth a few hundred copper coins, and there was no need for him to go to the county capital. He asked tentatively, "Can I just ask for the reward and not go to the county capital?" Li Mu was at the crucial moment of condensing his soul and soul. He still needed soul power and courage. If he could not waste it, he would not waste it. When an official from the county government heard this, he snorted coldly and said, "What do you think the county government's order is? Can you take half and leave half?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Then I don't want any of them." The job of constable was not a good job to begin with. Lu Hanyan had long advised Li Mu to resign and follow her. If it was not for the convenience of cultivation and also the ability to do something for the people, such as punishing the strong and upholding justice, he would have long hugged Lu Hanyan's thigh and begged her to take him away. The official glanced at Li Mu and said, "We have conveyed the county government's order. You are to report to the county government in a month. If you don't come by the time, you will have to bear the consequences." With that, the three of them flicked their sleeves and left. Zhang County magistrates looked at Li Mu and asked in confusion, "Yangqiu County is still too small. This is a great opportunity for you. It will be very beneficial for your future cultivation. Why don't you want to go to the county capital?" Li Mu sighed and said, "I have feelings for this place." Feelings? Zhang County magistrates thought for a moment and suddenly understood. He said, "I understand. You have feelings for the people in the county government, not the county government. However, Miss Qing is a student of the Fulu school. The county government has no authority to order her around. You are an official of the Great Zhou. As long as you are in the county government, you have to listen to the county government's orders. Unless you don't want to be a constable." Li Mu did not answer immediately. He said, "Let me think about this matter." Li Si stood there for a while. Finally, he could not help but ask, "Sir, there's nothing for me to do here, right?" "If there's nothing for you, why did I call you here?" Zhang County magistrates glanced at him and said, "You and Li Mu are the same. In a month, report to the county government." "Why should I go?" Li Si did not understand. He said, "I didn't make any contributions. The county government promoted Li Mu, not me." Zhang County magistrate said, "The person who gave you this order was not the county government, but the county minister." Li Si was stunned for a moment. Then he said decisively, "Sir, I want to resign." Zhang County magistrates asked, "What will you eat and use after you resign? Are you going to rely on brothels and live off women for the rest of your life?" Li Si nodded and said, "The doctor said that my stomach is not good. I can only live off women for the rest of my life." Zhang County magistrate smiled and said, "It's useless even if you resign. The county minister means that you have to go whether you want to or not. There are only two choices in front of you." Li Si hurriedly asked, "What's the other choice?" Zhang County magistrate said, "You can choose to go by yourself or be tied up." Hearing the bad news, Li Si looked like a frosted eggplant. After he left the front hall, he sat listlessly in the duty room. Zhang Shan heard this and sighed. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't asked you for help, this wouldn't have happened." Li Si shook his head and said, "It's not enough for a beast like Zhao Yong to die 1,000 or 10,000 times. If I could do it all over again, I would still kill him." Zhang Shan asked, "Then what are you going to do?" Li Si thought for a moment and said, "I'll take it one step at a time." Zhang Shan looked at Li Mu and asked, "What about you, Li Mu? What are you going to do?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I haven't thought about it yet." Putting aside the emotional factors, going to the county city would do him more good than harm. Yangqiu County was only a small county. As Li Mu's cultivation improved, he would be able to obtain fewer cultivation resources from here. The county city was the capital of a county. Naturally, the cultivation resources would not be the same. Li Mu still had two spirits that had yet to condense. There would be more opportunities if he went to the county city. However, it was impossible to put aside the emotional factors for this kind of thing. He couldn't see Li Qing at the yamen. He couldn't see Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan at the yamen. He also couldn't visit Su Xiaofan. Such a life was meaningless. Zhang Shan sighed and said, "It's a pity that the county governor didn't let me go. In the county city, my monthly salary would be doubled." Li Mu asked. "The county city is hundreds of miles away from here. Don't you want your wife?" Zhang Shan said helplessly, "Of course I want my wife. But I also need to earn money. The salary from the county yamen is too little. It's enough to support the two of us, but how can we afford to have a child?" Li Mu and Li Si each had their fill. The whole family wasn't hungry. Zhang Shan loved money as much as his life because he had a family behind him. Li Mu wondered if he should discuss with Lu Hanyan when he went back and help him find a way to make money. It could be considered as doing his duty as a friend. As for whether or not to go to the county yamen, he still had to think about it. If he went, he would have to adapt to an unfamiliar life. Although there were more opportunities there, it was also accompanied by greater danger. If he didn't go, as a minor official of the county yamen, disobeying the orders of the county governor, his path as a constable was about to come to an end. Li Mu didn't have to be a constable. However, as a minor official, it would allow him to get close to the people. It would be easier for him to gain the love and respect of the people and then obtain psyche power. At this moment, he was faced with the problem of making a choice. Li Qing walked into the duty room. She seemed to have something on her mind. She sat in her seat and her eyes were a little unfocused. After a while, she turned to look at Li Mu and asked, "I heard from Lord Zhang that the county governor wants to promote you to the county city. This is a rare opportunity for you. The county yamen has a lot of cultivation resources, spiritual jades, fulu, elixirs, magic weapons, and supernatural powers. You can obtain all of them through meritorious service." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I don't want to go." Li Qing asked, "Why?" Li Mu said, "I'm used to following you. If you don't go, I won't go either." Li Qing's eyes lost focus for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, "In half a month, my training in the Yangqiu County government will end." Li Mu was stunned and asked, "Are you going back to the sect?" Chapter 123. Li Qing nodded slightly and said, "My training in the county government has already ended. In half a month, the school will send a new disciple." The disciples of the Fulu school could not always remain in the local government. Li Mu had long known that this day would come, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. Li Qing looked at him and said, "After I leave, you must be careful on your own." Li Mu came back to his senses and smiled. "Boss, be at ease. I am no longer the same person as before." Li Qing was silent for a moment, then said, "In these past few months, you have become a completely different person. Sometimes, I also wonder if there is another soul in your body." Li Mu let out a breath and said, "The previous Li Mu was truly dead. The one standing in front of you right now is the reborn Li Mu. If it were not for the 1,000 illusions master killing me once, perhaps I would not have changed so much. The current you is more responsible and more righteous. You are truly much better than the previous you." Li Qing was silent for a while, then looked at him again and asked, "Will you go to the county government?" A quarter of an hour ago, Li Mu had an incomparably sufficient reason for not going to the county government. But now, his reason did not seem so sufficient. Li Mu thought for a while, then nodded. "I will. After all, there are more opportunities there. I want to condense the other two souls as soon as possible." "That's fine." Li Qing looked at him and warned, "The county capital is not like the county capital. The cases there will be even more troublesome, and the criminals you will encounter will also be more formidable. You must be careful." This half a month was the fastest half a month that Li Mu had passed since he came to this world. In the past few months, there had been no end to the murder cases in the county, but recently, there had not even been a small case of theft. 15 days had passed in this sort of calm. Li Mu came to the guardroom early in the morning and saw Zhang Shan and Li Si standing at the door. Their ears were pressed against the door and they were acting suspiciously. He didn't know what they were doing. He walked over and was about to ask when Zhang Shan suddenly gestured for him to keep quiet. He pointed inside the duty room and didn't say anything. Li Mu slowly walked to their side. He did not stick to the door. As a cultivator, their 5 senses would be greatly enhanced. He had also begun to cultivate his sixth senses. Standing here, he could clearly hear the conversation in the guardroom. Inside the room, Li Qing stood up and looked at Han Zhe. She asked, "What can I do for you, Constable Han?" Han Zhe forced a smile and said, "Junior Sister Li, even if we're not from the same sect, we're still fellow disciples. It shouldn't be too much for you to call me senior brother, right?" Li Qing was silent for a moment. Then she said, "Senior brother Han, if you have something to say, just say it." Han Zhe asked, "Junior Sister Li, you've been in the soul refining and soul condensing realms for a long time these past few years. You should be consolidating your foundation. You want to wait until you reach the spirit condensing realm and use the shortest amount of time to break through to the transcendent realm, right?" Li Qing nodded and didn't deny it. If that's the case, Junior Sister Li should be cultivating in seclusion after returning to the sect. Han Zhe took a deep breath and suddenly said, "There's something I've wanted to say to Junior Sister Li for a long time. If I don't say it now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to do so after returning to the sect." He looked into Li Qing's eyes and gathered his courage. "Junior Sister Li, I've liked you for a long time. Are you willing to become my Dao companion?" Li Qing shook her head without hesitation. She said, "Sorry, Senior Brother Han." Han Zhe's face paled. Then he clenched his teeth and asked, "Is it because of Li Mu? You like Li Mu, right?" Li Qing shook her head. "I only have cultivation in my heart." Not long after, Han Zhe walked out of the duty room in a daze. He glanced at Li Mu and left. Zhang Shan patted Li Mu's shoulder and sighed. Li Mu walked into the duty room and saw that Li Qing had already packed a bag. He asked, "Boss, are you leaving today?" "I'll leave in a while." Li Qing nodded. "You don't have to call me boss anymore." Li Mu smiled. "I'm used to it. I can't change it in a short time." He walked to Li Qing's side and suddenly said, "Actually, I also have something to say to boss for a long time." A trace of panic flashed through Li Qing's eyes. She asked calmly, "What is it?" Li Mu said, "Thank you." Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Thank me for what?" Li Mu said, "Boss, thank you for teaching me cultivation. During this time, you cared about me, protected me, gave me bai, and collected courage for me." "As I said, you are my subordinate," Li Qing said. "If you have your own subordinates in the future, you have to be responsible for them." "I will," Li Mu smiled and said. "I'll go out first. When you leave, I'll see you off." Li Qing looked at his back as he walked out. A trace of hesitation flashed across her face. She looked down at the green rainbow in her hand. Her gaze gradually became firm again. When Li Mu walked out of the duty room, Han Zhe stood in the courtyard and said to him, "Today, I'm going back to the sect. I don't know if we'll be fated to meet again in the future." Although Li Mu and Han Zhe didn't like each other, they were still comrades who had fought side by side many times. Li Mu lightly punched him on the shoulder and said, "Take care." Han Zhe sighed and said, "Although I lost, you didn't win either." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I didn't bet anything with you." Han Zhe looked at him and said, "We may not meet again in the future. Let's go out for a drink." After all, they had gone through life and death together. They were about to separate and might not have the chance to meet again in the future. Han Zhe invited them to the best restaurant in Yangqiu County. Li Mu didn't hesitate and agreed. Zhang Shan would never miss such an occasion. After all, it could save him money for a meal. He dragged Li Si along for a meal. Han Zhe didn't say anything about this. After drinking 2 cups of wine, he felt a little dizzy. He gave Li Si a thumbs up and said, "In this yamen, I don't admire anyone else, but I admire you the most. You can sleep with any girl in the brothel. You don't even have to pay." His cultivation was not low, but his alcohol tolerance was average. After drinking 2 cups, he began to talk non-stop. "Actually, when we were in the sect, I noticed Junior Sister Li very early on. She's the most hard-working and serious cultivator in her branch. She's even more serious than Senior Brother Qin. I should have known. She only has cultivation in her heart. I lost. Li Mu, you didn't win either." Haha. After a few cups of wine, Han Zhe lay on the table, unconscious. Zhang Shan nudged Li Mu with his arm and said, "Boss is leaving. You really don't intend to express your feelings to her before she leaves?" Even Han Zhe. "Don't give me any ideas." Li Si stuffed a drumstick into his mouth and said, "Don't you know, boss? Since boss has decided to leave, it's useless no matter what Li Mu does or says." Li Mu smiled, picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. After being together for so long, he knew Li Qing's character better than anyone else. If he was really like Han Jia, it would only make a good parting not feel like a parting. His feelings for Li Qing were admiration and gratitude, but if it was to say that it was love between a man and a woman, it was probably not to that extent. If the two of them had been together for a little longer, they might have broken through that layer of relationship. Unfortunately, there was no chance. Li Si sipped his wine and sighed. What a pity, what a pity! Hanja was drunk. Li Si and Zhang Shan helped him to the yamen. Li Mu returned home and found Wan Wan holding Xiao Bai on the swing in the yard. The friendship between girls always came very quickly. Even if one was a human and the other was a fox, as long as it was a female fox. Lu Hanyan was in the shop and did not come back. Li Mu cooked 2 bowls of noodles for them. Xiao Bai could not use chopsticks because it had not transformed. Wan Wan ate a mouthful and fed it another mouthful. Seeing that they were getting along so well, Li Mu was relieved. He was in the county yamen during the day, and Lu Hanyan was in the shop. In the past, only Wan Wan was at home. Now that there was a little fox that could talk, they could keep each other company. In the county yamen, Li Si and Zhang Shan helped Hanja back to his place and went back to the duty room. Li Qing looked at them and said, "In the future, you'd better not drink when you're in the yamen. The new arrestor may be stricter than me." Zhang Shan hurriedly said, "Just this once, just this once." Li Si suddenly looked at Li Qing and asked, "Boss, have you really thought it through?" Li Qing asked, "Thought about what?" Li Si said, "Cultivation or love, which is more important?" Zhang Shan looked at Li Si in confusion and asked, "What are you talking about?" Li Si shook his head and said with a sigh, "In love, it is always easier to take a step back than to take a step forward. If you take a step back now and regret it later, you will have to take more than one step forward. By the time you regret it, perhaps someone has already taken a step ahead of you." Li Qing held the cyan rainbow sword so tightly that her knuckles turned slightly white because of the force. Images of what they had experienced in the past few months flashed through her mind. Finally, she took a deep breath and her eyes returned to calmness. In this calmness, there was a trace of determination, a trace of pain, and a trace of hatred hidden in the deepest part of her heart that no one had ever discovered. She lowered her head and said silently in her heart, "Wait for me." At the entrance of the county yamen, Zhang County magistrates personally sent Li Qing and Hanja out of the county yamen. He cupped his hands and bowed to the two of them, saying, "Constable Li, Constable Han, on behalf of the county yamen and the people of Yangqiu County, I thank the two of you for your contributions to Yangqiu County during this period of time. I hope the two of you will have a smooth cultivation in the future." Hanja cupped his hands in return. "Thank you, Lord Zhang." Li Mu, Zhang Shan, and Li Si stood together. They smiled at Li Qing and said, "Goodbye, boss." Li Qing's gaze swept across them and finally stopped on Li Mu's face. She said, "Goodbye." The two figures gradually disappeared from Li Mu's sight. The crowd had already dispersed. Zhang Shan patted Li Mu's shoulder and said, "Let's go back." Li Si walked in front of Li Mu and comforted him. "Boss and we are not people from the same world. Forget about her. In fact, Lady Lu is not bad. She is more suitable for you than boss. If you really can't do it, there is still that little girl." Lu Hanyan was good at both the hall and the kitchen. She was good at singing and dancing. Compared to Li Qing's immortal aura, she had more of a human aura. However, she had no intention of marrying in this life. When Li Mu returned home from the yamen, she had already prepared dinner. She even used a stack of books to raise Xiao Bai's chair so that it could lie on the chair and eat with them. After eating together for such a long time, he and Lu Hanyan had a tacit understanding. If Li Mu cooked, she would wash the pots and dishes. If she cooked, Li Mu would wash the pots and dishes. Li Mu moved the dishes to the kitchen. Lu Hanyan followed him and stood at the kitchen door. She asked, "You didn't say anything during dinner. You didn't eat much. Is there something on your mind?" Li Mu said, "Boss left." Lu Hanyan was surprised. "Arrestor Li left? Where did he go?" "Back to the sect." "Are you coming back?" "No." Lu Hanyan was stunned. She walked into the kitchen and rolled up her sleeves. She said, "How about I wash the dishes? You go rest." Li Mu shook his head. It's okay. Lu Hanyan rolled down her sleeves. After thinking for a while, she looked at Li Mu again and said, Do you want me to drink with you? Chapter 124. When Lu Hanyan was happy, she would drink a little wine, but she didn't drink much. Seeing that Li Mu didn't eat much at dinner, she specially made 2 new dishes for Li Mu to go with the wine. She poured a cup of wine for Li Mu and said, There are plenty of fish in the sea. With your qualifications, what kind of woman can't you find? Think about your big house. Don't you want to marry several wives? How can you be depressed because of this setback? Li Mu was just a little sad because of Li Qing's departure. He wasn't like Han Zhe, who was heartbroken. Lu Hanyan obviously misunderstood. It was rare for her to be so considerate. Li Mu raised his wine cup and clinked it with hers. He said, Things aren't like what you think. I know. Lu Hanyan went along with Li Mu's wishes. She said, The girls in the music house and the opera house are young and beautiful. As long as you don't dislike their status, I can help you build a bridge. Wan Wan ran in from outside and exclaimed, Miss. Lu Hanyan gave her a look, and the little maid reluctantly walked out again. Lu Hanyan continued, If you don't like them, I'll marry Wan Wan to you in 2 years. Anyway, her heart is with you, Li Mu said helplessly. You really misunderstood. Let's not talk about it. Lu Hanyan filled his wine cup and said, Tonight, we won't rest until we're drunk. Li Mu's alcohol tolerance was a little better than Han Zhe's, but it was only average. Lu Hanyan's alcohol tolerance seemed to be better than Li Mu's, but not by much. She deliberately helped Li Mu drown his sorrows with wine. The small jar of wine she brought was quickly emptied. Li Mu didn't know when he lost consciousness. He only knew that he and Lu Hanyan both drank a lot. When he woke up, he was already on his bed. The strange thing was that even though he was not deliberately cultivating, the mana in his body was circulating at a very fast speed. It was even faster than when Li Mu was actively cultivating. He opened his eyes and saw that he and Lu Hanyan were sleeping face to face on the bed. Both of their clothes were intact. Lu Hanyan's shoes were still on her feet, so nothing should have happened. This allowed Li Mu to breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he began to search for the cause of the abnormal flow of mana. Soon, Li Mu discovered the source of all this. Unknowingly, he and Lu Hanyan's hands were clasped together and their fingers were intertwined. The mana in Li Mu's body circulated on its own. From his left hand, it was transferred to Lu Hanyan's right hand, and then from Lu Hanyan's left hand back to his body. During this transmission process, the mana circulated very quickly. This meant that the growth of the mana would also be faster than him cultivating alone. There was no doubt that this must be because one of them was pure yang and the other was pure yin. Yin and yang attracted each other. Cultivating like this for a day was at least comparable to Li Mu's 3 days of cultivation. Opposite Li Mu, the sleeping Lu Hanyan's eyelashes trembled and she suddenly opened her eyes. She had just woken up and her eyes were still a little confused. But when she saw Li Mu opposite her, she suddenly sobered up. The next moment, she remembered what happened last night. Li Mu's sweetheart left. In order to comfort him who was heartbroken, she deliberately accompanied him to drink, and then drank to the bed. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with her body. Her clothes were intact and she didn't even take off her shoes. They should have just slept on the same bed. Although nothing happened, her fingers were intertwined with his, and they were tightly holding each other's hands. Lu Hanyan subconsciously withdrew her hand and frowned the next moment. When their fingers were intertwined, there was a very comfortable feeling in her body. But when she withdrew her hand, this feeling immediately disappeared. The strong contrast made her feel lost and frustrated. Thus, she silently put her finger back and experienced that comfortable feeling again. She looked at Li Mu with her eyes wide open and asked, "What's going on?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I don't know." Lu Hanyan could also feel the growth of the mana in her body. After thinking for a while, she said in surprise, "Is this dual cultivation?" Li Mu. Maybe. Although he was not very sure, the mana in his body at the moment was indeed running faster than usual. This situation was not much different from the description of the growth of mana in the book when yin and yang dual cultivation. The only difference was that the dual cultivation in the book required the two people's souls and bodies to merge into one. Perhaps it was because Li Mu and Lu Hanyan were not really dual cultivation. They were just holding hands, so the growth of their mana was not as exaggerated as the real dual cultivation described in the book. Lu Hanyan was puzzled and said, "But, didn't the book say that dual cultivation requires that?" Li Mu: "Maybe, this is also a kind of dual cultivation method, but it's not as effective as that." "Young master, young miss, you're awake." Wan ran in from outside and said, "Last night you drank too much and slept on the bed hand in hand. I couldn't pull you away, so I could only let young miss sleep here for the night." Wan's words came to an abrupt halt. She looked at Li Mu and Lu Hanyan's tightly clasped hands and said in disbelief, "Young miss, young master, you." Lu Hanyan quickly let go and got off the bed and said, "Nothing happened between us. Next time, just wake me up directly." Wan said sadly, "I did, but I couldn't wake you up." Lu Hanyan rubbed her eyebrows and said, "Let's go back. There are still many things to do in the shop." Wan and Lu Hanyan left. Xiaobai ran in with a wet towel in its mouth and whimpered to Li Mu. Li Mu took the towel from its mouth and casually wiped his face. Xiaobai took the towel away again. He sat on the bed and felt the abnormal growth of the spiritual power in his body last night. He licked his lips and felt like he hadn't had enough yet. Humans were born to like to take shortcuts. If they could use less time and less energy to do something easily, no one would want to go through so much trouble. This was also the reason why the cultivation world never lacked heretical cultivation. It was because this was the weakness of human nature. Not only humans, but any life with a bit of intelligence would find it difficult to resist this temptation. Compared to harming lives, through merit and psychokinesis, it could also speed up cultivation, but the process was much more difficult. After all, it wasn't difficult to do a good deed, but it was difficult to do good deeds every day. This was even more difficult than the normal guidance of cultivation. Compared to these, the advantages of dual cultivation were simply too many. There was no need to harm lives, and there was no need to do good deeds every day. The growth of spiritual power was fast and the process was very comfortable. Li Mu already had such an effect when he held hands with Lu Hanyan. If he did what dual cultivation should really do, how fast would his cultivation speed be? No wonder the book said that if one met a body of pure yin and pure yang, without dual cultivation, it would be an extreme waste of heaven and earth's resources. After experiencing it once, even Li Mu felt that it was a pity. After Lu Hanyan left, he sat on the bed and felt uncomfortable all over. His heart was also throbbing. How could this be? Li Mu was shocked and immediately thought of a possibility. He couldn't be addicted to Lu Hanyan, right? With this thought, Li Mu immediately channeled his spiritual power and recited the heart-calming mantra. Only then did the throbbing in his heart gradually calm down. At the same time, in the music house of the Yunyan Pavilion, Lu Hanyan was also a little restless in the zither room. She stood up at times and anxiously paced around the room. Then, she sat down again and recited the heart-calming mantra. It took her a lot of effort to calm down. She sat down again and plucked the zither strings, wanting to use the music to calm her heart. However, her music was soon disrupted. How could this be? Lu Hanyan covered her face and lay on the zither in despair. Why did Li Mu's figure keep appearing in her mind? She shook her head hard, but still couldn't get Li Mu out of her mind. Yangqiu County Government. Li Mu sat on a chair and closed the book in his hand. Occasionally, Lu Hanyan's figure appeared in his mind, causing him to be unable to concentrate. An hour later, the book in his hand only flipped 2 pages. Li Mu lightly slapped himself and muttered, "I must be crazy." This morning, he couldn't help but think about Lu Hanyan. The number of times he thought about Lu Hanyan was more than twice the number of times he thought about Li Qing. Li Qing had just left and he was already thinking about another woman. This made Li Mu doubt himself. Could it be that he was essentially the same as Li Si? Li Mu hurriedly shook his head and expelled this terrifying thought from his mind. Sitting in old Wang's room, he began to focus on refining the evil from monk Chen Huan. Wu Bo was dead. Li Qing and Han Zhe had returned to Fulu school. In everyone's eyes, old Wang had also died of old age. Before the new constable arrived, the county yamen was clearly understaffed. Zhang County magistrates temporarily handed over the task of household registration and files to Li Mu. After all, he had been in charge for a period of time in the past and was more familiar with these matters. However, during this period of time, there hadn't been any major cases in the county. Li Mu didn't have anything to do. Although he had lost the bet with Li Si, after Li Qing left, Li Si didn't mention it again. This way, Li Mu had enough time to do his own things. The prefectural governor had rewarded him with a lot of courage and sealed it in jade. It was just right for Li Mu to refine the evil. Li Mu stayed in the yamen until noon and prepared to go home. This was half an hour earlier than the time he usually went home. He didn't know why, but he really wanted to see Lu Hanyan as soon as possible today. When he walked out of the duty room and saw Lu Hanyan standing in the yard of the yamen, Li Mu almost thought that he was hallucinating because he missed Lu Hanyan too much. When she saw Li Mu, Lu Hanyan's restless heart suddenly calmed down. She pretended to look at Li Mu as if nothing had happened and said, "I just happened to pass by the county yamen, so I came in to take a look. Are you done with your work? Do you want to go back together?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Let's go. It seems like there's no more food at home. We'll go to the market to buy some." Seeing the two of them walk out of the yamen side by side, Zhang Shan clicked his tongue and said, "I really envy Li Mu. He can eat Lady Lu's cooking every day." Li Si's face showed that he understood. He shook his head and said, "Like I said, if you don't want it, there will always be someone who wants it." Chapter 125. Li Mu had been restless the entire morning, but when he saw Lu Hanyan, his heart suddenly calmed down. This was something that had never happened before. Without a doubt, this had something to do with what had happened last night. He turned his head to look at Lu Hanyan and asked, "The Yunyan Pavilion is closer to home. Why did you pass by the county yamen?" Lu Hanyan naturally wouldn't tell Li Mu that it was because she missed him and couldn't help but come over to take a look. Her eyes looked around and said as if nothing had happened, "Can't I just pass by for a walk?" Li Mu looked at her flickering eyes and seemed to realize something. He said in surprise, "Could it be that you also?" Lu Hanyan said, "What about me?" Li Mu went straight to the point and asked, "Have you been thinking about me this morning?" "Stop dreaming. Why would I think about you? There's no such thing," Lu Hanyan said mockingly. She suddenly looked at Li Mu and asked, "Could it be that you also?" Li Mu nodded. Lu Hanyan's face was blank. "Why would it be like this?" Li Mu said, "I think it might be because of what happened last night." The book didn't elaborate on what would happen when a pure yin body and a pure yang body were together, other than being able to increase their magical power through dual cultivation. After all, the probability of a man and a woman with these two types of physiques being together was extremely low. The probability of them coincidentally getting along as neighbors and coincidentally getting drunk and sleeping in the same bed was infinitely close to zero. Li Mu and Lu Hanyan's situation was something that no one had ever encountered before. It was only at this moment that Li Mu deeply understood what the book meant by a match made in heaven. They were like two magnets. Even if they were far apart, the reaction of the yin and yang bodies would still firmly attract them together. Just lying on the same bed for one night, he couldn't help but think about her hundreds of times. After a long time, Li Mu might really fall head over heels in love with her. Lu Hanyan obviously realized the seriousness of the matter and asked worriedly, "What should we do?" Li Mu thought for a while and said, "When you miss me, recite the clear heart formula." Lu Hanyan frowned and said, "But I can't recite the clear heart chant all the time, right?" Li Mu asked in surprise, "You're thinking about me all the time?" Lu Hanyan glared at him angrily and said, "It's all your fault. Why did you insist on drinking wine?" Li Mu was speechless for a while. Although it was Lu Hanyan who proposed to drink last night, she also did it for Li Mu. Li Mu blamed her at this time. It was a bit too inhumane. He didn't expect that the yin-yang body would be so strange. Just practicing hand in hand once was enough to make him addicted. He thought for a while and said, "It can't always be like this. As long as we don't see each other for a while, it should be fine." Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do you think I want to see you every day? We're neighbors. How can we not see each other?" Li Mu said, "In half a month, I will be transferred to the county office. At that time, you won't see me anymore." After Li Qing left, Li Mu thought carefully and finally decided to leave. The 10 provinces world was so big. If he stayed in the small Yangqiu County all his life, it would be a waste. Whether it was the condensing of the two souls or the cultivation resources after condensing the soul, Yangqiu County could no longer satisfy his needs. Lu Hanyan was stunned and asked, "You're leaving?" Li Mu nodded and said, "This is the order of the county governor. It came half a month ago." Lu Hanyan followed Li Mu silently for a while before saying, "Congratulations, Lord Li. You've been promoted." Li Mu said, "In this half a month, I will finish writing Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio. I will leave the haunted house to you. Lu Hanyan pursed her lips and said, You speak as if you didn't leave it to me in the past. Li Mu handed her a piece of jade and said, This is a reward from the county governor. I haven't used it all. The remaining energy inside is enough for you to condense another soul. However, it's best to rely less on external forces for cultivation. The Dharma power you cultivate yourself will be more solid and the power you can unleash will be greater. Lu Hanyan said impatiently, I know. At night, Li Mu sat cross-legged in the courtyard. Xiao Bai lay beside him. Strands of spiritual qi were separated from the surrounding void and entered the bodies of the human and the demon. At a certain moment, Li Mu's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. He murmured, 9 cycles of pure qi, soul-suppressing evil, heavenly beast guarding the door, delicate girl guarding the pass. Filth removal, condense. In the next moment, he felt some subtle changes in his body. The Dharma power in his body had also increased significantly. After half a year, he had condensed 5 of the 7 souls. Li Mu had only used a portion of the boldness bestowed by the county governor to successfully condense the soul of filth removal. Following that, the 2 emotions and 2 souls were Shunqing and Shunqing. He could easily refine them without the assistance of boldness. The difficulty lay in collecting them. Li Mu's Dharma power after condensing 5 souls was no weaker than a cultivator who had condensed 7 souls. After condensing the filth removal soul, his Dharma power was about the same as a cultivator who had just entered the second realm. He tried to write Fu Lu that he could not write in the past. He discovered that he could already successfully write Fu Lu like the soul-searching talisman, the divine travel talisman, and the likes. As for the third word of the 9 syllables mantra, he was still unable to grasp it. However, as his Dharma power increased by leaps and bounds in his daily practice, his mastery of the confrontation formula was no longer the same as before. If he encountered any jumping zombies now, even if they moved quickly, Li Mu was confident that he could kill them in one strike. And when he condensed the 3 souls to a certain extent and condensed them into a god, the lightning technique would undergo another transformation. It would evolve from white lightning to purple lightning. Even a transcendent cultivator would not dare to take it head-on. In this half a month, Li Mu had gone to the Bay of Clear Water twice. But he did not see Su He. The hut by the water was still there, but Su He was not in it. She was probably refining the soul power of the 1,000 illusions venerable in some hidden place. He did not know how long it would take for her to completely refine it. Perhaps before Li Mu left, he would not be able to see her again. Lu Hanyan was not in a good mood these days. Wan Wan was also constantly frowning and seemed to have a lot on her mind. One day when they were eating, she finally could not help but look at Li Mu and ask softly, Young master, after you leave, will you come back? Li Mu stroked the young maid's hair and said with a smile, Of course, I will come back to see you at least once a month. With his current cultivation and the divine travel talisman, he could cover a distance of several hundred li in just over half a day. With Li Mu's promise, Wan Wan's mood improved a little. Li Mu then looked at Xiao Bai and said, In 2 days, I will send you back to the mountain. Xiao Bai raised her head and said firmly, I have not finished repaying my debt of gratitude. Wherever my benefactor goes, I will follow. Li Mu shook his head and said, The prefectural city is not like the county city. There are many powerful cultivators there. You will be in danger if you go. Besides, when I saved you, it was only a small matter. You have already repaid your debt of gratitude these days. Xiao Bai did not listen to Li Mu, which was rare. She said, Perhaps to my benefactor, this was only a small matter. But if not for you, I would have died at the hands of the hunters. My benefactor's kindness is the debt of saving my life. It is not something that can be repaid by sweeping the floor and wiping the table. When the little fox was obedient, she was very obedient. When she was stubborn, she was also very stubborn. Other than her appetite, this was the biggest difference between her and Wan Wan. Li Mu could not reject her directly, so he said, You can't repay me now. After you transform, come to the prefectural city to find me. Lu Hanyan thought about it carefully, then raised her head and threw Li Mu a look of disdain. What is it that can't be done before you transform? Lu Hanyan thought about it carefully, then looked up and threw Li Mu a look of disdain. Li Mu pretended not to see it. What kind of place was the prefectural city? It was the capital of the North County. There were countless cultivators stationed in the city. It was not a place where a little demon in the embryonic body transformation realm should go. Even if she was not worried, Li Mu was not. Her benefactor was not chasing her away. He just disliked her because her cultivation was too low and she could not transform. The little fox thought about it and could only nod obediently. "Don't worry, my benefactor. I will cultivate well in the mountains and try to find you as soon as possible." Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief. Although Xiaobai's talent was not bad, she was still too young. If she did not have any fortuitous encounters, it would be at least a few years or more before she could transform. Even if she could find him by then, it would be a matter of time. Today's meal was still cooked by Lu Hanyan. After Li Mu finished eating, he went to the kitchen to wash the dishes alone. Lu Hanyan leaned against the kitchen door and asked, "When are you leaving?" Li Mu said, "In a few days." Lu Hanyan said, "Then you are not in a hurry to leave." Li Mu heard the deeper meaning in her words and asked, "What do you want to do?" Lu Hanyan asked, "Do you want to cultivate together again?" Li Mu had already experienced the attraction of yin and yang. It was very boring for him to cultivate alone, but if he cultivated with Lu Hanyan, he would be addicted. After cultivating together once, he would want to do it a second time, a third time. It was not easy to forget that feeling. Li Mu hesitated and said, "Have you forgotten the feeling after the last cultivation?" Lu Hanyan had already restrained herself for a few days. She said unhappily, "Anyway, you are leaving in a few days. This is the last time. Just tell me you are not coming." Li Mu thought about it and said, "Wait for me to finish washing the dishes." Lu Hanyan walked in and said, "I will help you." A moment later, in Li Mu's room, the two of them sat cross-legged on the bed with their hands pressed against each other. Li Mu circulated the mana in his body into Lu Hanyan's body. After circulating it once, it returned to his body. This kind of incomplete dual cultivation, circulating one cycle of mana like this was equivalent to 3 cycles of cultivation by himself. However, although this method would increase the speed of cultivation, Li Mu's mind was filled with Lu Hanyan for the next day. Presumably, she was the same as him. The next day. After eating, Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and asked, "Are you coming or not?" Li Mu said in surprise, "Didn't I say yesterday that that was the last time?" Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Are you coming or not?" What a woman with no self-control. Li Mu complained in his heart and said, "I'm coming." The third day. Li Mu stood in the courtyard practicing his sword. Lu Hanyan walked in from outside and asked, "Coming?" Li Mu put down his sword and nodded. "I'm coming." The fourth day. Lu Hanyan flew over from the other side of the courtyard wall and gave Li Mu a look. Li Mu returned her look and silently walked towards the bedroom. The fifth day. Li Mu did not carry out incomplete dual cultivation with Lu Hanyan because he was leaving tomorrow. Today, he had to send Xiaobai back to the mountain. Chapter 126. Li Mu stuck on the divine travel talisman and hugged the little fox as he traversed through the dense forest. According to Xiaobai, its parents were killed by an even more powerful demon not long after it was born. It was Granny who raised it. A few other little foxes of the same clan grew up with it. Li Mu hugged it and asked, "Where is your home?" Xiaobai pointed ahead with its claws and said, "It's in the valley ahead." The fox clan was considered the weakest among the demons. They were not large in size and did not have sharp fangs or claws. They were at the bottom of the food chain. Therefore, when they cultivated, they had to avoid other ferocious beasts and demons. In Xiaobai's clan, only Granny was a 3-tailed demon fox. The rest were just little fox demons who had formed their embryos. This valley was considered hidden. When Li Mu carried Xiaobai to the entrance of the valley, Xiaobai jumped out of his arms and ran towards the valley while shouting happily, "Granny, Granny, I'm back!" Li Mu's figure flashed and appeared in front of it instantly. Xiaobai stopped suddenly and asked in confusion, "Benefactor, what's wrong?" Li Mu said with a serious expression, "Be careful. Something's not right here. Come to me." Although there was no movement around him, he instinctively sensed danger. This was the biggest difference between cultivators who had refined the first soul and those who had not. Xiaobai jumped lightly and landed on Li Mu's shoulder. Li Mu held Bai and walked slowly into the valley ahead. As soon as he stepped into the valley, he smelled a strong stench of blood. Li Mu looked up and saw the corpse of a fox at a glance. His gaze moved forward again. Almost every few steps, there was a dead fox. In the area he could see, there were at least a dozen of them. The blood on these foxes had dried up. They had clearly been dead for a long time. A white figure jumped down from Li Mu's shoulder and ran to the corpse of a fox. She said with a trembling voice, "Sister Ying, what's wrong with you? Wake up. Sister Yan. Sister Yin. What's wrong? Wake up." It kept jumping around the corpses of these foxes. Its voice was trembling and it was on the verge of collapse. Li Mu looked at a fox corpse at his feet and frowned. Sword wound. The wounds on their bodies were flat and smooth. They had all been killed with a single strike. Monsters would not leave such wounds. It was very likely that they had died at the hands of human cultivators. Li Mu seemed to have thought of something. He circulated his magic power and used the Heaven's Eye technique. He saw that there was not a single soul in their bodies. The souls of demons would not dissipate so quickly. Furthermore, they had been dead for no more than 3 days. The first thing that came to Li Mu's mind was that there were cultivators who killed demons and took their souls. The reason why Ran Yuan's cultivation had improved so quickly was because Venerable Thousand Illusions had used countless demon souls to help him. Seeing so many corpses of its kind, Xiaobai had already collapsed to the ground. It cried, "Granny, where are you?" Li Mu sighed and asked, "Is there anything of your granny's here? Maybe we can find it with the Fu Lu." Xiaobai ran towards a cave in the distance. Li Mu found a futon where it had stopped. Xiaobai stretched out its front paw and wiped its eyes. It said with a choked voice, "Granny often cultivated here." Li Mu bent down and picked up a few fox hairs from the futon. The fox hairs were yellow and white. They did not have any luster. It was obvious that they were left behind by an old fox. Li Mu took out an immortal guiding talisman from his bosom. He mixed the fox fur into it and folded it into the shape of a paper crane. He then threw the paper crane into the air. The paper crane slowly flapped its wings and flew out of the cave. Li Mu carried Xiaobai and said, "Let's go. It should be nearby." He activated the divine travel talisman and ran out of the cave. He ran towards a certain direction. In a secluded forest, a few gray wolves were attacking an old fox. The old fox had gray fur. Its body was pierced by a sword and its aura was very weak. The gray wolves were very fast. When they attacked, they waved their claws and there was a faint sound of wind breaking. Even so, they could not hurt the old fox. However, when the old fox's claws landed on their bodies, they could not cause any fatal damage to them. One of the gray wolves bared its white fangs and sneered, "Old fox, you didn't expect that you would have such a day, did you? When I devour your body, I will be able to achieve human transformation." The old fox looked at the 5 gray wolves. Its eyes were filled with despair and sorrow. If it was not injured, it naturally would not care about these wolf demons that had not achieved human transformation. However, it was heavily injured by that human cultivator and was on the verge of death. For the past 3 days, its only belief was to persevere until Xiaobai returned. However, it did not expect that these wolf demons would still find it despite its heavy injuries. It forcefully mobilized a trace of dermic powers. A fox claw suffused with a dim light and smacked the head of a gray wolf that was attacking it. Bang! The gray wolf's head was smashed. It fell to the ground and twitched twice before it stopped breathing. As for the old fox, it was limp on the ground. It did not even have the strength to stand up. A trace of joy appeared in the eyes of the gray wolf leader. It said, "Attack together and kill it. This old fox's meat is good stuff." Smelling the fishy smell from the wolf's mouth, the old fox sighed and closed its eyes in despair. In the end, it could not wait for Xiaobai to return. Boom! The sound of thunder suddenly exploded in its ears. At the same time, it also felt a familiar aura. It opened its eyes and saw a white thunderbolt descending on the head of the Wolf King. The Wolf King was struck into charcoal on the spot and its soul scattered. The rest of the gray wolves were shocked by this sudden change. When they came back to their senses, they subconsciously wanted to escape, but they saw a white light flash in front of their eyes. The next moment, they saw their rapidly running bodies in front of their heads. 4 gray wolves were beheaded in an instant. Li Mu stretched out his hand. The Bai sword that was not stained with a trace of blood automatically flew back to his hand. Now, his mastery of the thunder technique and the art of sword manipulation had reached the point of perfection. He could kill a few molded demons with a wave of his hand. "Grandma!" Xiaobai saw the old fox and quickly ran over. The old fox's eyes were filled with gratification. It said with a smile, "I didn't expect to see you before I die." "Grandma, you won't die. You won't die." Xiaobai suddenly spat out a pill from its mouth and said, "Grandma, quickly eat this pill. You'll be fine after you eat it." Li Mu shook his head. Even if he fed the old fox the pill that he did not consume, it would be of no use. The old fox's soul was already very weak. It was so weak that it could only survive. The reason why it was not dead yet was because of the mental power in its heart. Li Mu's hand glowed with a golden light. He sent it into the old fox's body. The golden light passed through the old fox's body and did not have any effect. Li Mu retracted his hand and said while shaking his head, "What else do you have to say? Hurry up and say it." The old fox's spirit was slightly better. It nodded slightly at Li Mu and said, "Thank you, benefactor." Li Mu walked to the side and extracted the spirit power from the bodies of the wolf demons that died under by Yi Jian's sword. Xiaobai hugged the old fox. Its black pearl-like eyes were filled with tears. It cried, "Grandma, Sister Ying is dead. Sister Yan is dead. Sister Yin is also dead." The old fox used its claws to stroke its head and said, "They were killed by human cultivators. Promise me, before your cultivation is strong enough, don't avenge them." The old fox's claws brushed past. The image of a human cultivator appeared in Xiaobai's mind. It wiped its tears and gritted its teeth. "Grandma, don't worry. I will definitely avenge them." The old fox coughed a few times and its breath became even weaker. It used its last bit of strength to turn its head and looked at Li Mu. Its eyes were filled with pleading. It did not speak, but Li Mu knew what it wanted to say. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. I will take good care of Xiaobai." The old fox's only wish had been fulfilled. It used its front claws to grab Xiaobai and said happily, "You have to listen to your benefactor. Stay by his side and serve him well." Xiaobai choked with sobs and nodded. She said sorrowfully, "Grandma." The old fox's pupils began to dilate. In the final moment of its life, it poured all of its spirit power into Xiaobai's body. Under the impact of this powerful force, Xiaobai instantly fainted. In the nameless valley, Xiaobai knelt in front of a few protruding graves. It was as if she had lost her soul. Her originally white fur had become rather translucent. The old fox had been in human form for a long time. In a few more years, it might be able to condense a demon core and become a fourth-realm demon cultivator. Most of its spirit power had been sealed in Xiaobai's body. Once she completely absorbed and refined it, it would be time for it to transform. Li Mu stood silently by its side, accompanying it silently. After an unknown period of time, it finally stood up and sniffed. It glanced at the graves one last time and said, "Benefactor, let's go." Li Mu bent down and picked it up, slowly walking out of the mountain. He had originally wanted to send it home, but he never expected something like this to happen. Its entire clan had died tragically. Its only relative had died before its eyes. No matter what, Li Mu could not let it cultivate alone in the mountains. However, he was about to head to the provincial government. That was a completely unfamiliar place. Li Mu did not even know if he could take care of himself, let alone bring a little fairy with him. Even if he wanted to bring it with him, Li Mu had to first gain a firm foothold in the provincial capital and have the strength to protect it. When they returned home, Xiaobai was still immersed in grief. She silently returned to her room. A while later, Lu Hanyan walked over from next door. When she walked into the courtyard, she glanced at Li Mu. Li Mu knew what she meant. He said, "I'm leaving in 2 days. After I leave, I have something to ask of you. You don't care about the shop. You don't care about the money from selling the books. You want me to save it for you. Haven't you asked me for a lot of things?" Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Speak. What is it?" "P.S. I recommend the new book by the old ghost of the Black Mountain, White-Headed Demon Master. It doesn't matter if the protagonist is powerful or a good person. It also doesn't matter if he can slay demons or exorcise devils. What matters is that his actions must be flashy and his hair must float." Chapter 127. In the courtyard, Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan and said, "After I leave, I hope you can help me take care of Xiaobai." Lu Hanyan was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "Didn't you send Xiaobai back?" Li Mu sighed and said, "Something happened. Xiao Bai's clansmen and her grandmother have all passed away. She's the only one left. I don't feel at ease leaving her alone in the mountains, but it will also be dangerous to bring her to the prefecture capital. Lu Hanyan said in disbelief, how could this be? Although she had not spent much time with Xiao Bai, she still liked this cute little fox very much. Today, when Li Mu sent her away, she and Wan Wan were sad for a while. She did not expect that something like this would happen to her. She looked at Li Mu and asked, should I go and see her? Li Mu shook his head and said, let her be alone for a while. Lu Hanyan sighed and said, don't worry. Wan Wan and I will take good care of her. Li Mu took out a piece of jade and gave it to her, saying, there are a few wolf demons inside. They once besieged Xiao Bai's grandmother. In a few days, you can give it to Xiao Bai. Lu Hanyan took the jade and said, I will exchange the silver you saved with me for banknotes tomorrow. Take them with you when you go to the prefecture capital. You will need them. Li Mu did not spend much on himself. Lu Hanyan helped him save up the profits from the shop and the royalties from the bookstore. He did not know how much she had saved up. The next morning, Lu Hanyan took out a few banknotes and handed them to Li Mu, saying, here are 500 taels. Take them with you. Don't lose them. I asked Wan Wan to help you pack up some loose silver. I know. Li Mu was very clear in his heart that although he had earned a lot of money during this period of time, it was still far from 500 taels. However, he didn't say much. He accepted the banknotes and took the bundle from Wan Wan's hands. He said, I'm leaving. I'll leave the family to you. Wan Wan looked at him reluctantly and said, young master, you must come back often. Li Mu patted her head and said, I will. He lowered his head to look at Xiao Bai and said, listen to Sister Lu at home and cultivate well. The little fox nodded seriously. I'll work hard in my cultivation and wait for your return, benefactor. Li Mu waved to Lu Hanyan and said, goodbye. Lu Hanyan waved her hand and said, goodbye. She watched as Li Mu walked out of the house and forcefully restrained her urge to follow him. Then, her heart suddenly jolted. Just a moment ago, she really did have the thought of leaving with Li Mu. Because if she left with Li Mu, they could hold hands and cultivate together every day. That kind of feeling made her intoxicated. No. Lu Hanyan shook her head violently and chased the complicated thoughts out of her mind. She knew that she couldn't go on like this. If this went on, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to leave Li Mu for the rest of her life. Although that kind of feeling was really very, very comfortable, she couldn't sink into it anymore. Absolutely not. Lu Hanyan kept reciting the heart-calming mantra, and her gaze gradually became firm. Wan Wan noticed her abnormality and turned to ask, Miss, what's wrong? Lu Hanyan let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Wan Wan. She asked, what do you think about opening a few more branches in the prefecture capital? At the entrance of the county yamen, Zhang county magistrates gently patted Li Mu and Li Si's shoulders and said, the county yamen is not like the county yamen. When you get there, you must keep a low profile and be careful. No matter what, your lives are the most important. If you really can't do it, come back. There will always be a place for you in the county yamen. Li Si thought for a moment and asked, Sir, can I come back now? Zhang county magistrate smiled and said, the carriage is here. Hurry up and set off. Li Mu walked to Zhang Shan and said, after I leave, help me look after the Yunyan pavilion. Zhang Shan patted his chest and said seriously, don't worry about going to the prefecture capital. From today onwards, I will respect Lady Lu like a mother. Whoever dares to bully her is bullying my mother. See if I don't twist his dog head off and kick it like a ball. Li Mu had previously mentioned to Lu Hanyan that if it was convenient, she could arrange a source of income for Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan was a bailiff. According to the laws of Great Zhou, he couldn't do business. Li Mu's haunted house was only a secret investment. On the surface, it was operated by Lu Hanyan. It wasn't easy to arrange a source of income for him. Lu Hanyan directly recruited Zhang Shan's wife into the Yunyan pavilion and gave her a good salary every month. Then, she inexplicably had a son. Li Mu trusted Zhang Shan. In the entire county yamen, he had followed Zhang county magistrates the longest. Although he was always kicked out, he was still the #1 lackey of the Zhang county magistrates. If anything happened, it would be up to Zhang county magistrates to cover for him. After dealing with these matters, he walked to the side of the carriage and said to Li Si, It's getting late. Let's go. If Li Mu was alone and used the teleport talisman, it would only take a little more than half a day to reach the prefecture capital. However, Li Si was just a normal person. He couldn't use his mana to activate the teleport talisman. The two of them could only choose to take the carriage. Although it would take a little longer, it was more comfortable. Everything in Yongqiu County was more or less arranged. The only regret was that he didn't get to see Su He. Before leaving, Li Mu made another trip to the Bay of Clearwater, but he still didn't get to see Su He. He didn't know when she would end her closed-door training, whether the refining process would go smoothly, and when the female corpse at the bottom of the lake would emerge. Li Mu left a letter in the small house, explaining his whereabouts. When Su He finished her closed-door training, she would see it. Li Si leaned against the carriage. His gaze swept across Li Mu's face and said, "I didn't expect you to think of other women besides the boss and Lady Lu." Li Mu was surprised and said, "How did you know I was thinking of other women?" Li Si said indifferently, "When you think of the boss, your expression will be more serious. When you think of Lady Lu, the corner of your mouth will always be smiling. The woman you were thinking of just now clearly wasn't either of them. You're worried about her. Is she in danger?" Li Mu didn't answer. He only sighed and said, "It's a pity that you didn't go into fortune-telling." Li Si sighed and said, "It's a pity that I can tell the fate of others, but I can't tell my own." Li Mu was promoted by the governor because of those two contributions. The person who called out Li Si was the governor. Needless to say, the reason why he called out Li Si must be because of Chen Miao Miao. A few months ago, in order to bring Zhao Yong to justice, Zhang County magistrates used his daughter's help to invite Chen Miao Miao, the daughter of the governor. Later, Li Mu and Zhang Shan's plan failed. It was Li Si who used a handsome man trick to capture Chen Miao Miao's heart and reverse the situation. Obviously, this matter couldn't be hidden from the governor. However, if the governor vented his anger on this matter, no matter if it was Zhang Shan, Li Si, Li Mu, or even the county magistrate, none of them could escape the responsibility. However, in the past 6 months, the governor's mansion had been peaceful. It wasn't difficult to guess why the governor promoted Li Si. It wasn't recruiting constables, it was recruiting a son-in-law. Li Mu made a fist and palm salute to Li Si and said, "Congratulations." Li Si ignored him. He leaned against the carriage and looked up at the sky outside the window at a 45-degree angle. The speed of the carriage couldn't be compared with that of Li Mu, who used the teleport charm. The horse couldn't go all the way. Basically, it had to stop for a rest every 2 hours. Originally, it only took half a day, but now it took 1.5 days. At dusk, the coachman stopped the carriage and lifted the curtain. He said, "Sirs, there is still half the distance to the county capital. 10 miles ahead, there is an inn at the fork in the road. If we continue forward, the nearest inn will be a few dozen miles away. Why don't we rest there for the night and continue our journey tomorrow morning? The horses also need to eat and drink." Li Mu nodded and said, "Then let's stay there for the night." If there was a bed to sleep on, Li Mu didn't want to eat and sleep in the open. Moreover, there was Li Si. Anyway, the travel expenses along the way were reimbursed by the county government. The inn in the mountains was naturally not as good as the one in the county town, but it also had a place to shelter them from the wind and rain. The three of them booked 3 rooms. The coachman stopped the carriage in the yard and untied the horse. He led it to the stable and fed it some hay and water. Li Si was in a bad mood. He didn't speak much along the way. When he arrived at the inn, he went into his room and didn't come out again. The inn had prepared food, but Li Mu didn't eat it. Before he left, Lu Hanyan had prepared food for him in a food box. He could eat it after heating it up. She even thoughtfully drew a talisman for Li Mu. Li Mu stuck the Fulu talisman on the food box. After activating it, he waited for a quarter of an hour before opening the food box. The food inside was steaming. Li Mu sighed. Although he and Lu Hanyan often bickered, in his heart, Lu Hanyan was already a perfect woman. She wasn't as obedient as Wan Wan, and she wasn't as powerful as Li Qing. However, Wan Wan and Li Qing weren't as good as her in many aspects. If someone could marry her, he would be convinced by her after 3 lifetimes of hard work. It was a pity that such a woman didn't like men. After Li Mu finished eating, he put the food box away. He lay on the bed and slept without his clothes on. Tonight, he didn't meditate. He didn't know what would happen when he arrived at the county town tomorrow. He needed to conserve his energy. This inn was located in a remote mountainous area, so there weren't many guests tonight. There were only a few rooms that were lit up. After night fell, as time passed, the lights in each room were gradually extinguished. After midnight, only the lanterns in the corridor were still lit. When everything was silent, the candlelight in the lanterns in the corridor outside Li Mu's room suddenly flickered. Two invisible shadows passed through the door and floated in. One of the ghostly shadows floated directly to Li Mu's window. Looking at the sleeping Li Mu, she exclaimed, "Sister, quickly come and look. This person is so handsome." The other ghostly shadow said unhappily, "Don't be silly. Quickly absorb his young energy. If you go back late, you'll be scolded." The ghostly shadow in front of the bed floated above Li Mu's body. Looking down, she couldn't help but say, "Sister, he's really handsome. His skin is so soft and tender. I can't bear to suck him." As her voice fell, her soul suddenly swayed. She murmured, "Sister, why do I feel a little dizzy?" "You can't do anything well. I'll do it myself." The other ghostly shadow floated over and said unhappily. When she bent down, she was also stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but say, "You don't say, this person's life is really beautiful. Aya, why do I feel a little dizzy too?" Chapter 128. Other than lust, Li Mu could also collect the desire to see, listen, and touch. As long as it was within the 6 desires, it could help him cultivate. He originally thought that these desires could only be absorbed from humans. He didn't expect that ghosts could do it as well. These 2 female ghosts who had snuck into the inn to absorb his yang qi and covet his appearance had instead been absorbed by him. The desire to see was one of the 6 desires. Like the other 6 emotions, when it was contained in the body, there wouldn't be any special feelings. However, if it was extracted, it would feel as if the body was hollowed out. This was the same whether it was a human, a demon, or a ghost. Yang qi was produced by the 7 souls of humans and contained in the body. It was greatly beneficial to ghosts and demons. When a human's yang qi was absorbed, they would be weak for a period of time. After that, the yang qi would be automatically replenished by the 7 souls. If one absorbed too much at once, or if one's yang qi was absorbed too often, there was a possibility of dying. In comparison, directly seducing a person's soul was more effective than absorbing their yang energy. However, it would directly cause a death and attract the attention of the authorities. Therefore, some ghosts who had evil intentions but didn't dare to kill people would secretly absorb their yang energy when they were asleep. As long as they didn't absorb too much, the person whose yang qi was absorbed would at most feel a little dizzy and weak when they woke up the next day. They would recover quickly and wouldn't be suspicious. Before they absorbed the yang qi, they would be weakened first. The 2 female ghosts at the level of resentment stood beside Li Mu's bed, not knowing what to do. They had never encountered such a situation before. After a moment, the older female ghost thought for a moment and asked, "Do you want to try again?" The 2 ghosts looked at each other and bent down at the same time. Facing Li Mu, they gently sucked. On the bed, Li Mu, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. His hands reached out from under the blanket and stuck 2 fulu's on their bodies. The 2 ghosts maintained their bent posture and froze there, unable to move at all. Their expressions were full of shock. Li Mu got down from the bed, coldly snorted and said, "Absorbing people's yang qi to cultivate, you 2 ghosts, how dare you?" Those who could use fulu were almost all cultivators. It was as easy as flipping one's hand to exterminate a vengeful spirit like them. The older female ghost's body trembled as she begged, "Immortal Master, please spare our lives. We only absorbed some yang energy. We have never harmed anyone. Immortal Master, please spare us." Li Mu glanced at them and said, "Do you think you can still talk to me nicely if you've harmed someone?" There was a huge difference between a ghost that cultivated on its own and one that harmed others. Ghostly cultivators relied on yin energy and spiritual energy. Ghosts that refined yin qi to increase their cultivation were bursting with yin qi. On the other hand, ghosts like Su He, who cultivated by guiding spiritual aura, had overwhelming spiritual aura. However, if it were a ghost that relied on consuming the soul essences of humans to swiftly raise its cultivation, the resentment and malevolent aura on its body would soar to the heavens. Just by getting close to it, one would feel extremely uncomfortable. It was the same principle to distinguish between monsters and zombies. Xiao Bai and the snake demon had very pure demonic aura. However, Monsters that had consumed human blood would have a tainted blood aura in their demonic aura. The zombies in Zhou County that drank human blood and the corpses that were nourished by spiritual energy under the Bay of Clearwater were also very different. These two female ghosts only had yin qi and no malevolent aura. Obviously, they had never harmed anyone. Otherwise, Li Mu would not have taken out the ghost-locking talisman, but the ghost-slaying talisman. Li Mu waved his hand, and the Fu Lu on the two female ghosts automatically floated down and flew back to Li Mu's hand. After his magic power had greatly increased, he had learned two more supernatural powers. One was called Tu, and the other was called Tu, which was the ability to control objects remotely. Although Li Mu could currently control some extremely light objects, there was no upper limit to the power of this supernatural power. He could only control the talisman remotely. However, when used by an upper realm cultivator, it could move mountains, fill seas, and cut off rivers. Although they had regained their mobility, the two female ghosts still did not dare to leave. They stood beside the bed, trembling. Li Mu glanced at them and said, "Although absorbing people's yang qi will not harm anyone's life, it is also not the right path. Seeing that your cultivation is not easy, I will let you live today. However, if you dare to do it again, I will not let you off easily." The younger female ghost seemed to want to say something, but the older female ghost pulled her and quickly said, "Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you, Immortal Master. This little ghost will not dare to do it again." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Remember what I said. Go." The older female ghost bowed again and said, "This little ghost will take her leave." After saying that, she dragged the other female ghost and fled in panic. After the two female ghosts left, Li Mu did not go to sleep. He picked up Bai and checked the Fu Lu on him. Then, he walked out of the inn and threw out a ghost-seeking talisman. His figure followed the talisman and soon disappeared in a certain direction. It was already late at night. In the wilderness, there were two dark figures moving quickly through the wilderness. They were the two female ghosts, one big and one small. After walking for a while, the younger female ghost could not help but ask, "Sister, why didn't you tell Immortal Master to save us just now?" The older female ghost looked at her and shook her head. "Immortal Master is merciful. He did not pursue our offense and let us live. How could we implicate him?" The younger female ghost said with a bitter face, "But we did not absorb any yang qi today. We will be punished by the king when we go back." The older female ghost said, "Punish us if you want. We won't die anyway." The younger female ghost said in a low voice, "But we are already dead." The older female ghost said angrily, "I said die again. Why are you so talkative? Hurry up and go back." The two female ghosts walked all the way. They did not realize that not far behind them, a figure who hid all his aura was silently following them. Li Mu listened to their conversation and felt that the two female ghosts were loyal. It was not in vain that he let them go just now. When they were in the room earlier, Li Mu had sensed that the two female ghosts were hiding something from him. Now it seemed that it was true. They were controlled by the thing called King, which was very likely to be a high-level ghost. Li Mu did not know the level of the ghost, but he thought that it should not be in the middle realm. Ghost cultivators in the soul realm would not be so sneaky. Suhi was the most obvious example. Their cultivation was powerful and they disdained absorbing the yang qi of mortals to increase their cultivation. Only weaklings who had not reached the middle realm would covet this little bit of mortal yang qi. Although it was better to avoid trouble when they were outside, as a constable, Li Mu could not help but follow them because of the professional habit he had developed in the past half a year. If the evil ghost was ordinary, he would directly eliminate it. It could be considered as eliminating evil for the people and worthy of his clothes. If the evil ghost was too strong, Li Mu was already fully armed and prepared to run at any time. He would report this matter when he returned to the county office. However, thinking about it, there would not be any soul realm ghosts in the wilderness, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The two female ghosts floated all the way. In about half an hour, they arrived at a desolate tomb. Li Mu followed them, but the two ghosts were nowhere to be seen. He looked around and found that the terrain was low. It was a place where Een gathered. Ordinary ghosts and demons would like to use this place as their nest. A thick old tree stood there alone. There was a big hole at the bottom of the tree. The two female ghosts had disappeared near the hole. Li Mu continued to use the breath concealment technique. Just in case, he stuck two breath concealment talismans on his body. Under the tree roots, Only two people walked side by side through the hole. After dozens of steps, their eyes suddenly opened up. From the outside, this was just a wasteland, but there was a different world underground. The cave was brightly lit by candles. A ferocious-looking evil ghost sat on a stone chair in the cave. Two female ghosts knelt at his feet, trembling. In the cave, there were more than 10 ghosts scattered around. The evil ghost looked down at them and asked coldly, "Where is the yang qi you absorbed?" The little female ghost knelt on the ground, her body trembling. She could not say a word. The big female ghost raised her head and said nervously, "My king, we didn't meet any living people. There are no guests in the inn today," the evil ghost said indifferently. "You know what will happen if you return empty-handed, right?" He stretched out his hand and a cloud of black gas surged out of his hand. In an instant, it condensed into a whip shadow. He whipped the big female ghost. The female ghost's body trembled, and even her soul shadow became a little illusory. The evil ghost whipped the little female ghost again. The big female ghost pounced on the little female ghost and blocked the whip for her. She suppressed the pain and said, "She's still young. My king can punish me." "You're kind-hearted," the evil ghost whipped a few more times before saying, "Get lost. If you're so useless next time, this king will swallow you directly to avoid trouble." The little female ghost supported the big female ghost and leaned against the wall of the cave. He transferred some of his soul power to her. Her body was slightly more solid than before. At this time, another two ghosts ran up and carried an unconscious young man. They said flatteringly, "My king, we caught a living person today for your enjoyment." The wraith looked at the human youth with a satisfied look in its eyes. He waved his hand and sent out 2 clouds of black gas into the bodies of the 2 ghosts. The bodies of the 2 ghosts became even more solid. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. "Thank you, my king. Thank you, my king." The evil ghost walked in front of the human youth and opened his mouth. He said, "After swallowing the souls and flesh of a few more living people, I'll be able to break through to the soul realm. At that time, I'll definitely be put in an important position by His Highness. Where should I eat first?" He slowly approached the young man and stretched out his arm. Black gas surged on his arm and gradually turned into a ghost claw, slowly reaching for the young man's neck. Just as the ghost claw was about to touch the young man, a silver light suddenly flashed in the cave. A claw filled with ghost chi was cut off and fell to the ground. The evil ghost's face was ferocious. He covered his broken arm and said angrily, "Who is it?" Bai's sword flew back and landed in Li Mu's hand. Li Mu appeared and slowly walked out of the cave. Chapter 129. Just as Li Mu had guessed, this ghost's realm had not reached the spirit realm, so there was no need for him to hide. When the little female ghost saw Li Mu, she said in shock, "Immortal Master." A ghost claw had already grown out of the broken arm of the evil ghost. The ghost stared at Li Mu and said coldly, "Human cultivator." It was rather afraid of Bai in Li Mu's hand. It glanced at the ghosts in the cave and said sternly, "Kill him and leave his soul behind." After receiving the order from the evil ghost, other than the 2 female ghosts, the other 10 ghosts in the cave swarmed towards Li Mu. With a thought from Li Mu, Bai flew out again. These ghosts who were only at the resentful spirit realm were pierced through by Bai. Their spiritual bodies directly collapsed. When they gathered together again, they were already more than half illusory. None of them dared to charge forward again. When the evil ghost saw this, it roared and pounced towards Li Mu with 2 steel forks in its hands. Li Mu raised his sword to meet it. The sound of weapons colliding could be heard in the cave. The steel forks were filled with ghostly chi. It was obvious that they were not ordinary weapons. However, the evil ghost did not have any method to fight. From time to time, it would be slashed by Li Mu. Although its cultivation was high and could recover quickly, it was still angry to the point of shouting. At this moment, Li Mu knew that Li Qing had put in a lot of effort for him. In a battle of the lower 3 realms, the depth of one's cultivation or magic power was not the decisive factor for victory. Although the evil ghost's cultivation was high, it could not gain any advantage at this moment. The evil spirit was no match for Li Mu in close combat, so its body simply exploded, forming an extremely dense ghostly fog, which instantly filled the entire cave. Li Mu stood in place without moving. He knew that the ghost was hiding in the black fog, waiting to give him a fatal blow. His lips moved slightly, and his body emitted a dazzling golden light, repelling the black fog 3 meters away.
So it's a monk.
The evil spirit screamed in fear. It seemed to realize that Li Mu was not someone to be trifled with.
It shouted in the fog. Monk, listen to me.
I am a ghost general under the command of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Take this man away and we will mind our own business. How about that? The evil spirit's voice exposed his position. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderclap exploded from the direction of his voice. After the drastic increase in his mana, Li Mu's usage of the thunder technique had already reached the stage where he could determine the location by listening to sound.
He said angrily, "You're the monk.
Your whole family are monks." After the lightning, the black fog dissipated. The evil spirit lay paralyzed on the ground, its aura extremely weak. Li Mu was slightly surprised in his heart. That bolt of lightning had clearly struck him, but it didn't cause his soul to scatter. This evil ghost could be considered to have some ability. However, it didn't matter. It was just a matter of adding another bolt of lightning.
He held his sword and walked in the direction of the evil spirit.
The evil spirit's face was filled with shock.
It shouted, "I am under the command of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. If you dare to kill me, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon will not let you off."
Boom!
Another bolt of lightning fell and landed on the evil spirit's body.
He didn't even have time to scream before his ghost body directly collapsed. The king's soul was scattered by the sudden intrusion of a human cultivator. The remaining dozen or so ghosts in the cave were frightened and fled in all directions. Under Li Mu's heaven's eye, these ghosts all carried resentment and evil aura. At a glance, it was obvious that they were not good ghosts. Li Mu's hand seal did not dissipate. Lightning flashed in the cave.
Soon, the dozen or so wraiths here disappeared from his eyes.
In the cave, there was only a large amount of soul power left. The two female ghosts hugged each other tightly and trembled. Li Mu withdrew his hand seal and put Bai back into the scabbard. Looking at the two female ghosts, he said, "So it was this evil spirit who ordered you?" The little female ghost's body trembled uncontrollably.
She said in a trembling voice, Immortal master.
Don't be afraid. You haven't harmed anyone. I won't kill you." Li Mu waved his hand and asked, "How did you work for this ghost?" Seeing that Li Mu had no intention of killing them, the big female ghost was slightly relieved. She said, "Benefactor, we were originally lonely souls in this mountain. We were kidnapped by this evil spirit and were asked to absorb the yang qi of mortals for cultivation. Thank you for killing this evil spirit and freeing us." Li Mu nodded. Thinking of the evil spirit's words before it died, he asked, "Who is Chu Jiang of Gojoseon?" The big female ghost shook her head and said, "We only know that this evil spirit claimed to be the 18th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. We don't know who Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is." The 18th ghost general. This ghost general was actually not weak. If it wasn't for Li Mu, it would be difficult for ordinary cultivators in the soul-condensing realm or the soul-condensing realm to deal with it without special means. Such a powerful ghost was only ranked 18th. This Chu Jiang of Gojoseon was at least in the middle realm. Whether he was a human, a ghost, or a demon, Li Mu was no match for him. Li Mu put this matter aside for now. He collected the remnant soul energy of these ghosts and said to the two female ghosts, "Go and find a place to cultivate quietly. Don't absorb the yang qi of mortals. If other cultivators see you next time, they won't let you go so easily." The big female ghost was grateful and promised, "We swear to Immortal Master that we won't harm anyone again." The little female ghost looked up and asked, "Sister, where else can we go? I'm afraid we'll be caught again." Li Mu looked at the two female ghosts. It was indeed difficult for these lonely souls to survive. Righteous cultivators wanted to get rid of them. Heretical cultivation and demonic cultivators would capture them to refine magic tools. Even the more powerful ones wanted to devour them to improve their cultivation. These two female ghosts had good natures, but their strength was not high. If they were left to wander around, they would not have a good ending. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "If you don't have a place to go, I can recommend a place for you." This young immortal master didn't kill them, so he definitely wouldn't harm them. The big female ghost was delighted. She quickly pulled the little female ghost and kowtowed to Li Mu, saying, "Thank you, immortal master." "Thank you," Li Mu said. "From here, follow the official road and go east. You should be able to reach Yangqiu County before dawn. When you arrive, go to the Bay of Clearwater and find a girl called Su He.
Tell her that Li Mu told you to find her. Thinking that Suhi might not have come out of seclusion yet, Li Mu added, that place is very safe.
When you get there, if she doesn't appear, you just have to wait patiently. She will take the initiative to find you.
Suhi was alone. Alone in the Bay of Clearwater.
She was empty and lonely. Before, there was a snake accompanying her. After Bai Inshin left, there was no one to talk to her. She had complained many times that Li Mu did not visit her enough. Li Mu sent the two ghosts over. They were both ghosts. Suhi could have a companion and the two ghosts could have a backer. They would not become lonely souls. It was the best of both worlds. The big female ghost thought for a moment and kowtowed to Li Mu. She said gratefully, "Thank you, immortal master. We will go now." Even if they were to hide in the deep mountains or forests, there was still a chance that they would be discovered by powerful demonic ghosts. She did not know what would happen after reaching the Bay of Clearwater, but it was definitely better than wandering outside. After the two female ghosts thanked Li Mu, they floated away.
Li Mu walked to the side of the young man on the ground. He leaned over and pushed his shoulder, saying, "Wake up."
The young man's eyebrows twitched.
His face suddenly revealed a frightened expression.
He shouted, "Ghosts, there are ghosts!" Li Mu said indifferently, "Those evil ghosts have been killed by me. You can go home." The young man looked around in fear. Sure enough, he found that those terrifying ghosts in the cave had disappeared. In front of him stood a young man.
He had a handsome face and held a long sword in his hand.
He was wearing a bailiff uniform, which gave him a great sense of security. His heart gradually calmed down.
He looked at Li Mu and asked in a low voice, "Was it you who saved me?" Li Mu said, "Fortunately, I was free tonight. Otherwise, you would have been eaten by those evil ghosts." He slowly walked out of the cave.
The young man crawled up from the ground and followed behind him. Li Mu walked out of the cave and asked, "Where do you live?" It was the middle of the night.
If he let the young man go back alone and met some evil ghosts on the way, Li Mu's efforts would be in vain. The young man said, "I live in the county town."
County town?
Li Mu did not expect such a coincidence. He grabbed the young man's shoulder and said, "Then come with me.
I will take you back tomorrow."
The young man's body rose into the air. Li Mu carried him in the direction of the inn. On the way back to the inn, Li Mu could not help but sigh.
A few months ago, he was also grabbed by Li Qing. At that time, a small vengeful spirit could take his life. Now, he could kill a third-level evil ghost all by himself. He could truly hold his own. Chapter 130.
By the time Li Mu brought the young man back to the inn, it was already past midnight.
The inn was already closed for the day. He let the young man sleep on the bed while he sat down cross-legged to refine the souls of the dead ghosts. The cultivation method of the second level of Taoism was to continuously condense and strengthen the three souls. Apart from refining the soul on a fixed day every month, one could also borrow the soul power of others. In theory, as long as one had enough courage and soul power, refining the soul and condensing the soul within a month would not be a problem. However, the realm that was created this way was just a facade. The mana was also like Ran Yuan's.
Fighting with cultivators of the same level was suicide.
Li Mu did not plan to condense the soul too early. He planned to completely refine the soul power to the extreme and use it for himself before preparing to condense the spirit. The youth sat on the bed and asked Li Mu, "Are you a constable from the county capital?"
Li Mu nodded and said, "You can say so." The youth lay down on the bed and soon the sound of steady breathing could be heard.
Li Mu lowered his head to take a look. Most of the time, the clothes he was wearing gave people a sense of security. In the Great Zhou, being a constable was never a lowly job. They received the lowest salary and did the most dangerous things. They often faced death and silently protected the safety of the people. This was the reason why the people trusted them. In the beginning, Li Mu did not care about the identity of a constable. His original goal was to stay in the county government and stay by Li Qing's side to protect his life. But when he saw a life that should have been gone come back to life in his hands, the satisfaction he felt was something he had never experienced in storytelling or acting. Perhaps this was the meaning of this job. In the morning, when Li Mu opened the door to his room, Li Si also came out from next door. He rubbed his head and held the door. He said in surprise, "That's strange. I slept for so long yesterday. Why am I still so tired?" Li Mu took out the porcelain bottle that Xuandu gave him. There was one last pill left in it and he threw it to Li Si. Li Si took it and asked, "What is this?" This pill didn't have much effect on Li Mu, so Li Mu casually said, "It's for nourishing the body." Li Si poured out the pill from the porcelain bottle and tossed it into his mouth.
A moment later, he looked at Li Mu in surprise and asked, "This thing is not bad. Do you have more?"
"No."
Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Pack up and get ready to go."
A moment later, Li Si stood downstairs and saw the youth who followed Li Mu out. He curiously asked, "Where did he come from?"
Li Mu said, "I picked him up last night and sent him back to the county town."
Li Si sized up the youth a few times, but didn't ask much.
After boarding the carriage, he sat in a corner with a worried expression.
The closer they got to the county town, the deeper the worry on his face. On the way to the county town, Li Mu asked the youth a few simple questions. He learned that his surname was Su and his name was Hao. His family had a small business in the county town. Yesterday, he snuck out of his house and ran out of the town to play. Unknowingly, he played until it was dark and accidentally lost his way. Coincidentally, he encountered two ghosts and was captured. He almost became the ghosts' food. The carriage traveled for a few hours and finally arrived at the county town at noon. As the capital of the North County, the county town looked much more imposing than Yongqiu County town from the outside. The city walls were tall and the gate could allow two carriages to pass side by side. There was an endless stream of people at the gate. The coachman drove the carriage into the county town.
Li Mu lifted the curtain and said to the youth, "We've arrived at the county town.
Quickly go back. Don't run around alone in the future. The next time you meet those things, no one can save you." The youth bowed to Li Mu and thanked him. He jumped off the carriage and ran into the crowd. The coachman stopped a passerby and asked for the location of the county office. Then, he started the carriage again. The county town of the North County was directly managed by the county governor. There was only one county office in the city. In the office, there were the county governor, the county deputy, and the county lieutenant. The county governor was responsible for all the affairs in the county. The county deputy's duty was to assist the county governor. As for the county lieutenant, he was mainly responsible for the security of the county. Li Si leaned against the carriage and sighed again. Li Mu said, "Didn't you say last time that Miss Chen was a good girl? Why are you sighing now?" "She is a good girl, but I didn't say that I would marry her." Li Si sighed and said, "My life plan is not like this." Li Mu said in surprise, "You have a life plan?" Li Si glanced at him and said, "If you don't even have a life plan, what's the point of living?" Even Li Si had a life plan. Li Mu thought about it and felt that he had to plan his life well. He was very clear about the short-term plan for his life.
He had to condense the last two souls and become a complete person to make up for the final flaw on the path of cultivation.
During this period of time, he had been trapped by the half-year deadline and had no time to plan his future. He looked at Li Si and asked, "What is your life plan?" Li Si said, "I want to play for a few more years. When I'm 30 years old, I'll find an honest girl to marry." "How did the honest girl offend you?"
Li Mu spat and said, "She's really a jerk." Li Si glanced at him and mocked. "Do you think you're better than me?"
Li Mu asked, "What's wrong with me?" Li Si snorted and said, "If you don't like a girl, you shouldn't be too good to her. Otherwise, you won't be able to pay off this debt of love in this lifetime. Boss, Lady Lu, that little maid, and the girl you missed before you left, how much do you owe?" Li Si looked at Li Mu with disdain and said, "I'm just playing around with those girls in the brothel. I only enter their bodies and never enter their lives. What about you? You treat these girls too well, but you don't take the initiative, refuse, make promises, or take responsibility. Between the two of us, who's the bad guy?" Li Si actually thought that he was inferior to him. This made Li Mu somewhat difficult to accept. He looked at Li Si and asked, "Boss is good to me, and I'm good to her. Is that wrong?"
Li Si said, "That's right." Li Mu said again, "Lady Lu is also my benefactor.
She's good to me, and I'm good to her. Is that wrong?" Li Si shook his head and said, "That's also right." Li Mu said again, "I treat Wan as my sister. I'm good to my sister. Is that wrong?" Li Si looked at him and said indifferently, "Do you want to see Boss get married?
Do you want to see Lady Lu get married?
Do you want to see your sister get married?" Li Mu thought seriously and looked at Li Si with guilt. He said, "I'm sorry. I'm not a good person."
Li Si patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "I advise you to cherish the person in front of you.
Cherish him while he's still by your side. Don't wait until it's too late to regret when you lose him."
Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, "You mean I should have expressed my feelings to boss at that time?"
Li Si shook his head and said, "It's useless. Your relationship with boss hasn't reached that stage. Boss won't stay for you and you can't keep her."
Li Mu sighed softly.
In fact, he knew this better than Li Si.
He asked again, "So you mean I should cherish Lady Lu?"
"I want you to cherish me."
Li Si grabbed his arm and said, "If something happens to me, who will care about your relationship?"